Are we ready?
Yes. Good evening. Hey, you can start.
Okay, good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
This is our Tuesday meeting, August 4th at 7 o'clock. Roseanne, would you call the roll, please?
Yes. Mayor Hopping,
Present.
Vice Mayor Kennedy,
I'm here.
Commissioner Ross,
Here.
Commissioner Samaria,
Here.
Commissioner Tudor,
Here.
Okay, Commissioner Samara, you want to do the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Yes, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hoorah.
Thank you. Okay, additions, deletions, or withdrawals to the agenda. I have an addition that I want to apply Robert's Rules of Order with a 5-minute limit, according to Robert's Rules of Order, for the commissioners on every agenda item. Do we have a motion on that?
I'll second it. Well, no, do you have to just add it on? Don't you? Don't have to make a motion, do you?
I don't know.
Mr. Clement?
Mr. Herron, do we have to make a motion, or can that just be added on?
You can, if there are any other motions, you can group them all together, or you can take them one at a time.
Okay, are there any other motions on additions or deletions?
I do.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor Kennedy.
I'm going to pull 11C, Commissioner Compensation. Excuse me, I'm eating a cherry. That's my quick dinner. I'm going to pull 11C, Commission Compensation. We'll discuss it at the budget workshop again next week. And we had a couple of items that were added to the agenda since these were all turned in. So we have a busy meeting tonight. I'll make room for the new resolutions and things. And there's quite a few things we need to discuss in the manager's report. Speaking of the manager, I'm not, someone guide me on this. 9B is her interim manager compensation.
Right.
While we're having that conversation, can we discuss one other thing regarding her job tasks, or do I need to add that as a separate item? I think we could just probably lump it right on there. It'll be a quick thing.
Is it going to be quick? Because we discussed that at the budget hearing of what we were going to do on compensation.
Yeah, that's it. We left one item kind of hanging wide open that we need to just make sure we tighten up. It'll be quick. And then on John's attorney report, would like to, I talked to him today about this, and I hate to put you on the spot, John, but I would like to have a quick conversation with you about that animal control regulation that we discussed that the police chief has been
Okay, where do we add that on to?
The attorney report.
Attorney report.
Okay.
Yeah. And then on the consent agenda, there are mistakes on many of those reports. This is the first time I think I'll have questioned meeting minute. Actually, that's not true. I brought up something once before that was kind of major. Some of these there are some incorrect votes and things in the meeting minute. So is it necessary to discuss them, or do we just list them and approve that they be corrected? How is that handled, somebody? I don't know. But I read them and I found a bunch of errors.
I think it would be just better to, we'll approve it with the changes that you'll make if it's just.
So we'll bring it up at the time?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, fair enough. Don't know how that works.
Bring it up.
Okay. So do we have a motion?
I have a couple of additions.
Okay, go ahead.
A couple of
Commissioner
additions.
Ross.
I want to have a brief discussion about the September 1st meeting. So that could be under, I guess, old business because it's already been settled and set for September 1st. I'd like to add that. I also would like to add under the manager's report, 3 items. I'll make that 3 items, yeah. One is an FRS issue that came to light during the budget workshop. A second is the postings on our website that are not current. And the third is our contract with the building services, which runs out at the end of this month.
You want them added on the under village manager reports?
I think that they could be incorporated in the village manager's report. They shouldn't take very long, and it's just probably something we need to give the interim manager guidance on.
Okay, you'll bring them up on under the manager's report. Okay, anything else?
That's all I have.
Well, if we're going to throw things in the manager's report, I have a couple of things I was hoping to ask Roseanne about during the report. Should we list them or just kind of go for it at the time of the report? It's quick updates on some things that are pending.
Just ask at the time.
Or should I list them now?
No, just ask at the time.
Just at the time, add them.
Okay, fair enough. I'll do it then.
Okay. Okay, so do we have a motion for Robert's Rules of Order to be enforced?
Is the motion is to change the agenda as amended, as requested.
Right, do we have a motion on that?
To have a
If
discussion.
okay. If we're going to discuss it, that'd be great.
Yeah, I'm gonna have the discussion.
Okay, make a motion in a second, then we'll discuss it.
Yes, second.
Okay.
What is the motion?
The motion is that we're applying Robert's Rules of Order for the time period that on every agenda item, each commissioner can speak for 5 minutes. After everybody has gone, if they want to do something new, they have another 5 minutes. And that's according to Robert's Rules of Order. It's been motion and seconded. What's the discussion?
So is that the,
No, you don't have the discussion now. You gotta put it in the agenda items to have a discussion, right? On the new.
We're having a discussion, right? So it's, the
Not right now.
motion is made and seconded, so we're discussing the motion. Go ahead, Commissioner. Vice
are we
Mayor.
discussing it? May I say something?
Yes, we're discussing it.
Okay, I'll try to keep this under 5 minutes. So is that the only little piece of the rules of order that we're going to use tonight? Just that one little tiny thing? Or are we going to enforce all of it?
No, go
Do you
find
have
it.
any other that you would like to enforce?
Well, I mean, there seem to be a lot of ongoing challenges with the chair running the meeting properly. So if we're going to use Robert's Rules of Orders, I'm going to guess there's sections in there about, keeping things on track and making sure everyone's included in conversations and that you finish a motion before you move on and all the things that Rox is constantly correcting. Thank God she's here to keep us in line. So how are we going to manage all of that as well? It seems to me if we're going to start enforcing rules here tonight, all of a sudden we should try to clean them all up at one time.
We're going to try to finish an agenda tonight, a whole meeting tonight.
If I may, as a general rule, as Commissioner Ross has pointed out on several occasions, there is a provision in your charter and in your code that specifies that you're supposed to adopt rules of procedure. We've been working on that for some time. As a default mechanism, you all have generally been following Robert's Rules of Order. I think that the point that the mayor is trying to make and you all are discussing is that under Robert's Rules of Order, you can impose a time restriction on how much each member of the governing body speaks on a particular item, and the default under the existing Robert's Rules of Order is 5 minutes per elected official. And I think that's the issue, is that historically in the past there hasn't been a time limitation on any speaker other than the public, which is 3 minutes, and that's what I understand is the item on the table.
Correct. Any other discussion
I'm
on
not that
that?
familiar with the rules. I'm not all that familiar with the rules. I guess I'll have to bone up on them now. Is there any expectation in Robert's Rules of Orders that all the members of the board contribute something substantive to a conversation? Are there minimum expectations?
Well, I think as the mayor indicated that each council member is entitled to no less than 5 minutes to discuss any item on the agenda.
Right, but that's a maximum amount. I'm wondering if, and again, this I'm claiming a little ignorance here. I'm just wondering if the rules indicate at any point that there is an expectation that members of the board contribute in some minimal way.
No.
No, I mean it's,
okay, so people cannot contribute anything substantive, and that's okay. Okay, just want to make sure we're clear on that. Okay, fair enough.
Okay, can we
I'm
take
good with
a,
that. Sure.
any other discussion? Can we take a vote on that, Roseanne?
Well, is there other stuff? I think for Robert's rules, I want to not only follow that, I want us to follow Robert's rules of order, period. And I mean, I think maybe if we don't do it tonight, we need to have an education maybe by the attorney to basically explain and break down what the Robert's rules of order is. Because I do agree about the 5-minute rule, but I also want to have other discussions in reference to Robert's rules of order.
When we get to, Commissioner Samaria, if the commission will indulge me, when we get to the attorney report, I'll be more than willing to give a brief overview of Robert's Rules of Order.
Okay, yeah, yes.
In the interest of running an efficient meeting, I think we should stick to the very specific motion that the mayor put on in front of us, and that is
Yes,
the 5-minute time limit. So I don't think it's probably the time or place to discuss other things. So we
No,
should
I
be
agree.
efficient here and conclude.
I
this.
agree with you, Vice
Okay.
Mayor. Can
Okay.
I take a vote?
Well,
Roseanne?
point of order. I was just trying to agree with you, Commissioner Kennedy, that we need to discuss more in the Robert's rule. But yes, you're right. We have to talk about just the motion that the mayor made. Yes.
Okay, Roseanne.
I have a question. I haven't said anything on this motion. I wonder if you'll indulge me with a question. There are some complex, at least one complex issue. No, there are several complex issues on this agenda. And I understand the willingness, the urge, and then wanting to get done with this agenda. But under Robert's rules, you can also have a vote to suspend the rules. So is that going to be part of what we're doing tonight, or will that not be allowed?
I guess that's always appropriate, right, Mr. Herron?
That is correct.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Roseanne?
Okay, Mayor Hopping,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kennedy,
Yes.
Commissioner Ross,
Yes.
Commissioner Samaria,
Yes.
Commissioner Tudor,
Yes.
motion pass 5-0.
Okay. I'd like to open it up to public comments.
We have to have a.
We aren't done yet,
to-
Jenny.
We
You
have,
have to accept
In the interest of
agenda.
efficiency, let's stick to the script, please.
we need a motion to accept the agenda with the change.
I'll make a motion that we
Okay.
accept the agenda with the additions and deletions.
I'll second.
Okay. A voice vote? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay, now I'd like to open it up to public comments.
Okay, I have Mr. Bob Anderson. I'm unmuting you. Hold on a second, I'm
I
trying to.
don't see Bob Anderson. I see Janie's iPad, but I don't see Bob.
No, I see Bob's
Bob's
iPad.
there.
Bob's iPad is Bob Anderson?
He's there.
Okay, I'm trying to unmute him, doesn't work. Caesar,
Okay.
can you try to
How about
mute
now?
me?
Can you hear
Okay,
me now?
got it. Okay,
Got it?
Mr.
Okay.
Anderson.
Good. Bob Anderson, 11th Place, 119th Street. I just happened to notice on the agenda, there isn't anything about the sanitation services. And for the last couple of meetings, it's been announced that it would be brought in front of the commission at this date for to see who submitted claims and wanting that job. Also, too, I happen to notice in the business review, there's an ad in there for an RFP for sanitation services, directing the people to go ahead and go to Biscayne Park's website to get the RFP. I looked at the website, there is no RFP. And I was just wondering, why are we paying for an ad that people really can't respond to? I think it's a complete waste of money. Also, too, 11B, discussion of commission meetings. And reading it quickly, that it seems like it's talking about this is the job of the chair, which is the mayor. And the mayor is in charge of how the meetings are run. And what I don't quite figure out by reading this, it seems like the maker of this discussion wants the commissioners to be in charge of running the meetings, and each commissioner is supposed to monitor themselves. And where does that leave the mayor? I'm completely against having something like that in there. Also, too, just one other thing different. Chester Morris, he lives on 119th Street, contacted me because he was having trouble with Zoom. And he just wanted to let the commission know that he's okay for an increase in garbage fee. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Raymond? I'm unmuting you.
Yes. Hi.
There you go.
Thank you. Just get rid of the background noise here. I'm sorry. Good evening, everybody. So on the agenda tonight, there's quite a few things, and I won't take up a whole lot of time, but I do want to say on Commissioner Kennedy's item about the Florida Department of Transportation, given the various kind of points of view, and I do think, I don't live on 6th Avenue. I think the people on 6th Avenue should have preference, I guess, in terms of making decisions for what's going to happen to their street. Not that it doesn't impact everybody here and people who live close to 6th and people who might cut through other streets. But I do think that it makes sense to take a step back, provided that we don't wind up losing the opportunity in the future to get money from FDOT when the village goes about this in the right way, because clearly they did not go about this in the right manner. Perhaps one commissioner was well-intended, I'm not sure, but it just seems like it was sort of a rogue person going off and deciding this for a whole group of people. So just to throw that out. In terms of the item that's on the commission agenda for the commissioner's salaries, I know this has been brought up before. I think Commissioner Ross brought this up a few years ago, but to me, it really makes more sense to have a pot of money for expenses that people can draw from rather than have actual salaries, because our charter seems to have conflicting language about that. Will there be salaries? Won't there be salaries? So anyway, that's my 2 cents, and I wish you luck getting through tonight's agenda.
Thank you, sir. We have Jane Anderson.
Thank you. Janie Anderson, 11th Place, 119th Street. I strongly urge you guys to continue utilizing Zoom even after you go back to meeting in person. Attendance has clearly increased. We're frequently seeing a lot of new names, people who weren't involved, weren't at meetings before. Continuing Zoom will allow us to be involved without being forced into an unnecessary public setting, but it is crucial to participate in public comments, because to do otherwise, purpose. Dan, I totally agree with you. Meetings that go on till midnight and agendas that don't get completed are a disservice to everyone. And I appreciate you wanting to do something about it. But regulating and restricting commissioner speech isn't going to solve the problem. What you're likely to do is spend a whole lot of time debating what is or is not discourteous. What you might think is discourteous, someone else sees as just being a tough boss. And you're also saying you want to prohibit any discussion after a vote by the minority regarding why they think the majority made a mistake. That's real borderline censorship, and I don't know that you want to go down that road. If someone believes there are potentially serious consequences to a vote, they've got a right to articulate it. Because what's really ironic about all this, we're currently experiencing some of those serious consequences that Mac and Rox warned about. Like tonight was the night you were supposed to deal with sanitation. 2 months ago, you told the then interim manager to get that RFP up. Instead, what we have is an ad we're paying for pointing to a non-existent RFP 2 months later. And you know, about 10 years ago, that commission proposed something real similar to this. And I pretty much remember you speaking vehemently against it. And with the policies and procedures resolution coming back next month and everything else that's on tonight's agenda, I can't quite fathom why you would even deal with this tonight. I hope one of the things you're going to be dealing with is how we get out from under this sanitation situation and we get things under control. Thank you.
Thank you. Chuck Ross?
Good evening, Chuck Ross, 11166 Griffin Boulevard. I want to address the FDOT issue. I have serious concerns about the project as it stands. I think that the village never got the proper opportunity to weigh in on it. And if this project may be at a stage where it can or cannot be changed, and if it can't, then I think that we should go back to the drawing board, possibly. I'd like to see it continued, but let's see what happens. I'd like to hear answers from FDOT as to whether or not we can have the opportunity to change the scope in the project. Thank you.
We have Linda Dillon. Linda Dillon, you are on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Linda Dillon, 712 115th Street. I'd like to speak against Resolution 2020-35. I think there are some aspects that FDOT offered us, such as the proposed lighting, better marking of the crosswalk, and drainage along 6th Avenue. And I would hate to see us lose opportunities to have some of the better portions of what they were offering. And therefore, I am not in favor of this particular resolution. When I attended the workshop, I understood they wanted a letter or recommendations from the city regarding what we did want. And even though some of the things were done backwards or perhaps not correctly, I think that if we pass this resolution and stop everything, that we're going to lose any benefit that we might get from some of the other portions that they were offering. That's it.
Excuse me.
I have Mr. Gage Harton.
Good evening, everyone. Gage Hartung, 1029 Northeast 114th Street. Couple things on the agenda. I agree with Linda in the fact that I'm just concerned if we put a screeching halt on the 6th Avenue corridor, that we might lose the funds for the things that we do want, which is drainage improvement and, you know, some road work improvement that would be good for us on that street. You know, I'm not saying I'm for the sidewalks and all, but you know, that's something for later discussion. But I'm just concerned that if we tell them to go, they might go with their money and we lose out. Something that's not on the agenda tonight, just want to commend our code officer for being out on Saturday, and it was great to see her out in the village, and hopefully she was able to take care of a lot of code issues in that time. And then my final thing would be, I sent an email to every one of the commissioners regarding the FAA flight plans. I know that we have a resolution, we passed a resolution, which is great. But I think that we need to be a little bit more aggressive on this. I don't know if we need to see about, you know, joining up with our congresswoman or what, and what we can do to be a little bit more forceful as a village, because it is really coming directly over us. And we all are experiencing the sound of engines all day long and well into the evening. So I hope that this matter can be a little bit more aggressively addressed by the commission and the village. And you know, if that means we have to join a lawsuit or what, but let's work on that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Davis. I don't know the first name.
That's me.
Okay.
Hi, Nancy Davis, 11927 Northeast 6th Avenue. I'll try to be brief. I hope you all got my email of today. If you get my email, I laid out several reasons why I think the current FDOT project is totally wrong for all of Biscayne Park, not just 6th Avenue. But I also believe that the drainage that they're proposing is not going to work, and many other things. I just want to say that this thing has been ill-conceived from the get-go. It was mismanaged, and it was kept hidden from people because they were afraid of what we might say about it. I feel very, very strongly that this needs to be paused or stopped completely so that we can relook at it at another time and do it the right way, because this was not done the right way. Thanks.
Okay, we have Barbara Watts.
Barbara, you're muted. Unmute.
Okay, there we go. Okay,
Okay.
thank you, Mayor. Okay, I have a few things. Just, I want to say ditto to what Gage said about joining a lawsuit. I think there probably will be. There are some people who are very active about this FAA change of flight plans, because this will just destroy the quality of life in Biscayne Park. Number two, I agree with Nancy Davis that the 6th Avenue plan should be, if not put on hold, even stopped. From my understanding of the workshop, they're about 90% through with the design, and I think changing it and manipulating it is not going to be easy to do. I think it would be better to start over and for us first to go to the other division that they told us about, where we could request a change in the number of lanes. Now, that might not be feasible because it's 6th Avenue, a state road, but I think we should attempt that opportunity to reduce the number of lanes before we even consider anything about sidewalks on 6th Avenue. So I think we should come to a halt and start over with a process with workshops and such like that, or at least, at the very least, put it on a pause. Okay, the other thing about the compensation for the commission and mayor, I think it's unfair of you to decide on this before the new commission comes in to determine how other commissioners, three of which could be new, are going to be compensated. This idea of no salary and just expenses, it's just, even though you say that you don't have to itemize, what does a commissioner do? Just say, hey, I spent $300 and then why don't you just reimburse me? Audits don't like that kind of thing. And it's, you know, I think it's a tacit way of trying to take money from Biscayne Park and not declare it on your taxes. You do have expenses. Mac, when you wrote that you didn't have any expenses, you've been a commissioner during coronavirus time. There are all kinds of fly up to League of Cities meetings 3 times a year if you're on a committee to Orlando. Driving expenses. What if your car, as mine did, my car was completely totaled on Biscayne Park business. That little bit of money helped because I had to buy a new car. Okay, and just to give you time to not mow your lawn and spend the weekend reading a 1,200-page document. I think it's wrong of you to do this just because you think it's right. Okay, compensation, 6th Avenue. And one thing, could you please ask the police to start finding people who do not wear their masks? As I drove home tonight, there's a neighbor of mine walking a dog with no mask on whatsoever. And the masks are often brought down. If we let it be known that you will be fined, and if the police go out in the mornings and the evenings around 6 or 7 o'clock, I think that the word would get out that we really mean what we say about getting control of this in Biscayne Park. Okay, I'm sorry to be so heated. Thank you very much, and I hope you finish the time.
Okay, we have Hans Miller.
Good evening and thank you. I'm assuming you can all.
You speak up.
Good evening and thank you. I appreciate
You are too low, sir. Can you speak louder?
How's that? Is that better?
That's good. That's better.
There you go.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. Good
Oh,
evening.
no. It is
I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
No.
not really.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yes.
That's better.
You can hear me now. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to take 2 minutes and discuss the 6th Avenue project. Since our workshop meeting with FDOT, I've had an opportunity to reach out.
Can you speak close to the mic, sir? or to your device, whatever.
Does this work better?
Getting better, thank you.
Okay. Since our meeting with the workshop, I've had an opportunity to reach out and speak with Mr. Roman Randolph, the gentleman who was leading the discussion on behalf of FDOT. So you are aware, and I just want to share my conversations with you. I asked him how far along was this project and is it able to be amended? The answer was they are about 60% done, and it can be amended to the liking of the community. I informed him that I had some ideas that I wanted to express, but I thought that it would be best to do it through some sort of a committee that would be granted the approval to exist by the commission. I don't think that it's a good idea to have one-on-ones with FDOT or to be sending them concepts. Why? Because I think we should have this as an open forum. It was discussed earlier tonight. They stated that it would be a good idea to have the people on 6th Avenue involved. Those are the people who are adversely affected or positively affected, assuming that something positive can come out of this. My whole comment, and I'll wind it up saying, I would like to suggest that the commission consider putting together some sort of a committee that consists of a lot of the people that are on 6th Avenue and some of the other residents who might be able to make a contribution. FDOT seems to be very willing and able to amend or incorporate changes we might have. Thank you.
Roseanne, you're muted.
Howard Goldman?
Howard, you're muted. Unmute.
Sorry about that. That's twice.
Okay.
Sorry. Thank you, Roseanne, and thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Hans, just quickly to your comment, we have put a group together on 6th Avenue, sort of calling ourselves the 6th Avenue Coalition, and feel free to reach out to myself or Chuck Ross to get onto the group. We would love to have your input and to be a part of it, and we do plan on going a little further with this if we can. It's hard to speak on behalf of the group for the moment because there are new issues that have come up through Vice Mayor McDonald's new comments that he made this evening and statement that he made this evening. What we as a group had come to the understanding with one another. It wasn't about all of the details of the project that were as important. It was more about that we don't want to have this project move forward in the way that it has moved forward to this point in time. What we wanted to do was to halt or pause the project, restart the project. I think we're all saying the same thing in a different tone, but we want to move forward with the present. We do not want to move forward with the present plan, which includes but not limited to the 2 lanes in each direction. We are all in favor of starting over with a new plan to have 1 lane in each direction and to do the necessary surveys for the commission to be able to have good insight onto how to move forward and if to move forward with the plan. Concerns that we have with respect to this are, as David had said, will a budget still be set aside for this project on our behalf if we do put a halt or a stop to it to start over again, brand new? And as well, if we do not move forward, 2 things. 1, will FDOT move forward on this project? Can they move forward legally or otherwise without the approval of the Biscayne Park Commission, giving them the green light to do so? And if we do not give them the opportunity to move forward, do they have the right and will they move forward regardless and taking over the ROW that they sought and found to be part of their right of way, which will impede on some of our properties and to different extents on each person's properties? What are the answers to all of those questions? We seem to be getting various degrees of answers on that. So I think that those are things that we want to focus on. But overall, I don't think any of us are opposed to halting the present project as it stands and starting over with a new plan as we discuss here, moving forward and putting a group together of Biscayne Park residents to voice their concerns as one voice to the commission. And there will always be some they'll have differences of opinion, and they're entitled to it. We welcome those differences because that'll help us all get to a good place eventually. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, sir. We have Danielle Carbonera.
Who is it?
I'm sorry.
Daniele, here, Carbonera.
Okay.
Yeah, 12001 Ortiz 6th Avenue. I'm one of the neighbors on the 6th Avenue, part of this committee.
I'm sorry, your name?
Daniele Carbonera.
Daniele Carbonera, okay.
Yes.
Go ahead.
And I'm part of this committee with Howard and Chuck. So other neighbor contributing. I want to thank another time the Commissioner Kennedy, because by his private initiative, we are today here, we are aware about this project. So I hope in the future, Biscayne Park Commission will find a way also to communicate better about the residents for some important projects like this one. Because of course, Biscayne is a community, but 6th Avenue is touching mostly us as a resident in 6th Avenue. So a communication not improvised, but maybe structural will be appreciated. I support the idea to possibly suspend or stop this project and ask a feasibility study to have 2 lines with the bike line and sidewalk instead of the 4 line and the sidewalk. This would be really appreciated to keep the residential atmosphere and the appeal of Biscayne Park. That's it. Thank you.
I don't see anybody raising hand.
Is Michael Lindacker on at all? Do we see him? He sent a letter to be read. Michael Lindacker.
I think his name is Michelle, and I believe he's here. I see him.
It's a Michael Lindacker. Yes, I'm unmuting him.
Oh, okay.
But he didn't raise the hand to speak. Hold on.
Hello?
Okay, Mike, okay.
My apologies. I'm out of the country here, so I'm trying to listen to all you guys. Just real quick, I wrote an email to all your commissioners and the mayor about the 6th Avenue project. My concern on this resolution is that while I believe that everybody's heart is on the right place, if we put a pause on this, I think there's a very good chance that we're going to lose it all. To do a study to change this avenue to a 1 lane, it's going to take quite a bit of time. I'm not against waiting, but the problem is that if we do this, we have to be willing to lose it all. So if we're going to take a chance, we either, right in the mail, we either have to take a chance in pausing and not having anything, or we can try to tweak this or we lose it. The 1 lane thing, obviously it'll be the ideal thing. I don't know if that's feasible or not, but the drainage and the lighting, I think most of us will agree that's is necessary. As far as the sidewalk, you know, I can go either way on the sidewalk. I'm not concerned if it's a sidewalk or not a sidewalk. You know, it'd be nice for me to have the space to walk with my son to school, but I'm flexible in that. But to make a stop on this project, the way I read the document that Mac wrote, I think it would be a mistake now. That's it.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody else?
We don't have anybody else raising hand.
I thought I saw Fred waving his hand a moment ago, no?
I'm sorry, who?
I could have sworn I thought I saw Fred Jonas waving his hand. He's talking. Do you want to talk, Fred?
Okay, let me unmute him.
I think he thinks he's talking.
I'm trying to unmute him.
Fred, you're muted.
There you go.
I said I changed my mind. I'll give you a comment if you want one. And the comment would be that this whole 6th Avenue thing was improperly conceived. It never got any attention from the neighborhood. And for whatever reason, FDOT went ahead with a plan anyway, even though it wasn't properly presented to them. They have already had a workshop. Many of us were present. A number of us have asked for specific things like reduction in the number of lanes, and they have made clear that that's not going to happen. So I think really it's sort of a blend between, are you hearing me?
Yes.
Yes.
It's sort of a blend between stopping it and not stopping it. What we really need to do is, and I think some other people have presented this already, but we need to have our own internal conversation. FDOT have already said that they would be more than amenable to changing the plan if we just tell them what we want. So we should hold our own workshop and figure out what we want and tell them. But they've already told us that they're not going to reduce the number of lanes.
Oh, that's not true. No.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wood.
Excuse me, you're out of order, Barbara.
Oh, sorry, I don't think you could hear me.
We can hear you, yes. Yes, okay, you're muted now. Okay, go ahead, Fred.
Yeah. So anyway.
Where's that sergeant of arms when you need it?
This issue came up at the FDOT workshop. It came up from a number of people, and the moderator of the workshop repeatedly said that that was not possible, it was not on the table, and they were not going to adjust the number of lanes. So the point is, I think we ought to have our own workshop, figure out what we think we want, and then we can approach FDOT and they will make changes. And I certainly agree that if we all agreed that it would be to our preference to have better lighting and better drainage, then those are good ideas. I don't know that there's really a need for sidewalks. I think FDOT said they did a study and found out that hardly anybody ever walks on 6th Avenue. So there are very few things that would be of advantages to us, but we should certainly make it our business to have that workshop internally and then approach FDOT again.
Mayor, we have Mr. Goldman is raising their hand to speak again. Can you allow it?
Yes, go ahead. Unmute yourself. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Fred, I just want to, I'll take a stand here and say, I think you're mistaken in what you heard about them saying absolutely not. They were not saying no. They said that the process would need to start over and we would then need to revisit this. And you're right, it's not as an add-on to the present project. It would have to start the process all over again. And they were not shutting it down at all. They were, as a matter of fact, they were very open to it. That's all I have to say there. Thank you so much,
Thank
everybody.
you. Roseanne, I think Mr. Carbonaro, Daniel, wanted to speak again.
He didn't raise their hand. I have Patricia Gonzalez.
Okay. Who is it?
Good evening.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Patricia Gonzalez. I'm a resident of 11901 Northeast 6th Avenue. I am probably one of the ones that has had most accidents or most cars driving into my property, almost hitting my house. So I've been in the group with 6th Avenue, and I'm a great advocate that hopefully the commission will just tell FDOT to consider reducing the lanes from 4 lanes to 2 lanes and adding the bike path. And I'm not against the sidewalk. Obviously, the sidewalk will be done, as they mentioned, might be done where the bike path will be. So I'm a great advocate, and I'm voting, and I hope the commission will continue with this and proposing to have reducing from 4 lanes to 2 lanes. That's it. That will help my being frightened of more cars and more accidents occurring in the corner where I live, and I'm really frightened. And I keep telling the police, until somebody dies in this corner here, they're not going to do anything. So I hope you commission go forward to telling FDOT to carry on with the project, but reducing the lanes from 4 lanes to 2 lanes. Thank you for your time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Carbonera, did you request to speak again?
You have to unmute.
Yeah.
No, you muted and unmuted. And unmuted. Okay, you're now.
Okay. So I was just telling the same of Howard during the FDOT meeting. What was discussed was in case we won't ask for the 2 lines project, they were telling there is a form, there is a something, but in reality should be something the commission of Biscayne Park should ask. So this was the thing, like there is a possibility to go in this way. We cannot as a neighbor or living in 6th Avenue, but the Biscayne Park have this power to ask. This is what we understood during the meeting. Only that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see anybody else raising hand, Mayor.
No, neither do I. Okay, I'll close public comments. Like to have a motion for the consent agenda for approval?
Well, remember there were a couple of things that I wanted to discuss on there. So do we make a motion to discuss them and then approve, or how does that work?
No, I'd like to have a discussion Commissioner Kennedy. I'd like to know what the ones that you had a problem with.
Okay, motion to discuss the consent agenda.
A point of order, please. What ordinarily happens is someone will remove an item from the consent agenda for discussion. And then the balance of the consent agenda could be approved.
That would be the proper procedure.
Okay, well then I'm gonna make a motion to pull everything off of the consent agenda because I have a comment about everything on there. And some of them are quick, very quick.
Okay, well then they'll have to be off the consent agenda. So
perhaps I should ask a question first, Ginny, because this might make things go faster. Roseanne, since you put the agenda out with the backups that included these meeting minutes for, I think, 7 meetings, did you update any of them? Or have they not changed since you put them up?
No,
I know some things were getting updated over the weekend. No, okay, then we need to pull them.
The only one that I want to pull off is the workshop agenda minutes. That is not included because I didn't finish. Okay. I'm sorry.
Okay. So shall I run through these questions I have?
Can I make a suggestion?
Go ahead, Commissioner Ross.
So that we don't burn up a lot of time reviewing minutes, and I think maybe a better approach would be if Commissioner Kennedy submitted his comments to the minutes to the clerk could review them, go back to the tape if she needs to, and then bring us back revised minutes for the next meeting.
That would be good.
I'll second that. I think that's good.
Better? Okay, I'll do that.
Okay. So we're withdrawing the consent agenda? And that's all of it?
No.
Vice Mayor Kennedy?
Well,
If I, Madam Moore,
Yeah.
point of order, I thought that was saying that we're going to approve it with the changes and that they will, am I misunderstanding you, Commissioner Ross?
The
We're
proposal
just putting it
from
on.
Commissioner Ross is to remove all of them,
Okay,
send
Okay.
the comments, and I submit again on the next commission meeting, right?
okay. I just wanted to-
Yeah, but technically, the motion should be motion to remove the items from the consent agenda and table them till the next meeting.
Yes, that's, I like to,
All in favor? Is there a voice vote on that?
Just one advisory sort of question. I don't know, Commissioner Kennedy, if any of your comments are time sensitive, if it's something that we need to settle on before going to the next meeting.
Let me look at them. Nothing is time sensitive, but one of them does impact one of the other items on the agenda tonight. So maybe we should discuss that one. It's the July 6th meeting minutes.
July 7th?
Shall I proceed, Jenny?
Go ahead.
July 16th, I'm sorry, July 16th.
Oh, July 16th.
On the July 16th meeting minutes under item 5A, where we were discussing the resident panel, it says that we agreed to invite all former elected officials. That was my idea, and it was not included in the motion. So we'll be discussing those panels this evening. So we do need to clarify that we are not inviting all the former elected commissioners who still reside in Biscayne Park. I suggested it and it was voted down, but the minutes reflect that we did approve that.
I have the notes that you mentioned before to me, Vice Mayor Kennedy, I'm sorry. I should have pulled down this minutes also.
Okay.
So I just want to make sure, since that is being discussed tonight, I guess we should probably have a vote to correct that one. So that would be, I'll make a motion if it's appropriate to correct the July 16th meeting minutes to reflect that item 5A, we did not agree to invite former elected officials who still reside in Biscayne Park to be invited to join the resident panel.
Exactly.
and I second it.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 So with that change, we're approving the July 6th meeting minutes.
Correct.
July 16th.
We're
July 16th.
right. And
July 16th.
the rest of the consent agenda will be postponed till next month.
Correct.
I'll send in the corrections to you tomorrow, Roseanne, and you can confirm them and fix that for September meeting.
Thank you.
Okay.
You're welcome.
The next is the resolutions. That's yours, Commissioner Kennedy. Do you want to read that?
No, the attorney reads it, doesn't he?
Oh, okay, go ahead, Mr. Herron.
Let me get to the
May
item.
before we do that, I am going to, if I'm allowed to do this, and you guys, I'm still learning some of the rules and regs here. I would like to make a change to it. Would I have you read it first, John, and then I propose the change? Or
Yes.
do I tell you the change now?
No,
Okay.
I would read, I'll read the title of the resolution for the record.
Okay.
Then motion can be made, seconded, and then discussion. And if it gets amended, then we'll amend it as we go along. So the first item is resolution 2020-35. Resolution of the Village Commission requesting the Florida Department of Transportation suspend all further design and development work on the proposed modification of State Road 915 6th Avenue in the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida for 90 days to allow the Village of Biscayne Park Commission to develop with residents' input alternate design proposals for the proposed modification of State Road 915 6th Avenue, consistent with the village's community character, providing for severability and providing for an effective date.
Okay, do you want to make a motion?
Is it appropriate for me to make a motion to pass resolution 2020-35?
No, you have to have it.
But I'm going to request a change.
Yeah, I'll make a motion and a second, and then we'll discuss it. And that's when you'll make your change. Is there a second on that?
I'll make a second. I'll make a second.
Okay. Discussion. Vice Mayor Kennedy?
Okay, so this is a very big topic, and I will certainly try to stay under my 5-minute time limit for the first part of this conversation. I have a feeling it may bounce around a lot. Here's what I don't intend this to be tonight, just so everybody's really clear. I don't intend this to be a big conversation about what went wrong, how did we get here, finger pointing to 2 years ago. You know, whatever happened, happened. All I really care about is what's happening as we sit here this evening and what's going to happen in the future. I also did not intend this to be a big conversation about the design elements and who wants what and what we should ask for and all of that. I really intend this to be one very specific thing, and that was to request that FDOT suspend the process while we do some work that perhaps should have been done before. Before I get into that, though, I do want to say a couple of things. One is that Rodolfo Roman, who is the communication specialist on this project with FDOT, is on this call. I saw him here. And I have not spoken with him for a couple of days. But Bao Ying Wang, I spoke with several times today. She is the lead on this project. She actually works for FDOT. And I believe she may be on the call. So we don't have to open it up for her, but I just want to make everyone aware that the communication specialist and the lead on this project are both on the call. And I had several conversations with Bao Ying today. I do want to say again, I said it at the workshop, that everyone involved in this project on the FDOT side, including all of their independent contractors, have been just wonderful people to work with. They're very responsive and receptive to everything we have to say, and they've been very patient with us, I think. So I just want to acknowledge that and thank them again, and I shared that with Bao Ying today. So a couple of things I want to share about my conversation with Bao Ying, and I hope I made notes during our call, and I hope I characterized all of this correctly, and I'll just run through a couple of bullet points that I think are important for people to understand. The first phase of this project is the design phase, and I emphasize that because everyone needs to understand, and I've been on a steep learning curve myself since Nancy Davis brought this to my attention when I was first elected. The first phase of this is the design stage, and that ends in November. Earlier this evening, someone mentioned that we're at that FDOT is at 60% completion on that. Today, Bao Ying informed me that they are in fact at 90% completion on the design phase. So they're 90% done with design, and that phase is scheduled to end in November, and no design budget remains. So they have spent their design budget, which is in excess now of $580,000. After the 90% point where we are right now, only minor changes considered, and FDOT tries to accommodate them based on the scope of the requests. So at this point, it is appropriate per FDOT processes that only minor changes would be discussed. And that's because the conversation that we all sound like we want to have with FDOT now is what should have taken place a long time ago. And then we would have set FDOT up to be showing us something that A, we expected, and B, we like, because we would have given them informed, reasonable requests based on what the community wants and whatever kind of studies we requested at the time. So major changes that would not be considered at this point would be things like increasing the lighting or major changes to the lighting, major changes to the drain work. It also includes decreasing the lanes. That requires a lane elimination study that is taken over by the planning people at FDOT. It's not even part of Bao Ying's department. Eliminating sidewalks would also be considered a major change. So all of those changes would not be considered at this point in the design process. I did say, what's the latest we could get? If we wanted to discuss those kinds of things, what's the latest we could do that with you, with FDOT? Someone's making a lot of background noise. And she informed me that you know, while we should have already done that, she could give us until, thank you, could give us until September. Well, it's already August 4th, and let's just be real that we would not be able to do what we would need to do and make any kind of substantive requests by September.
Excuse
She
me, you're
also
in 4
informed
minutes
me-
already.
Well, Jenny, are you going to hold me to the 5 minutes here? Because
Absolutely,
I
absolutely.
have, okay. Then I'll just cede the rest of my time and let you start talking. I'll come back and talk later. Jenny, that is really short-sighted leadership, exceptionally short-sighted leadership, given the number of people who showed up to talk on this topic tonight.
We've heard
Given the
this
fact,
all.
this is my 5 minutes. Given the fact that I just informed you that 2 people from FDOT are on this call. This is a serious topic, Jenny, and this village has kind of dropped the ball, and now we're trying to pick it up. You're our leader. You should be leading on this, not me, quite frankly. I asked Bao Ying specifically, could we request that this project be canceled altogether? And the answer was yes. And this is what she told me. We can request that FDOT cancel this project, and they will stop the process now before the next phase starts. And that's the planning phase that starts in January, and that's when they start, you know, putting bids out for the actual work. We can also request studies, like lane elimination studies among them, which is a very long and involved process. Just making the request is an involved process, let alone the study itself. We can request that if we cancel. And here's what I asked her. I said, if we cancel this now, Bao Ying, will this put the village in an unfavorable light for future projects? That's exactly how I worded that to her. And she assured me very clearly that it would not. I said, if we ask you to cancel and we go do our homework and we request studies and we have workshops and this commission speaks to you with a voice, and she said, Mac, in the form of a resolution, please. And I said, yes. If we do that, will it make us less likely to get approval on the project that we do request? And she said to me, that's not how FDOT works. I know people think that's what will happen. She assured me that's not what will happen. If we make informed, reasonable requests after we consider the studies and we speak to them through a resolution, we simply start the process over. To be clear, the current budget that's allotted for it would no longer be in consideration. The process would start again. So here is the change that I'm going to make to my resolution. I'm going to request that we discuss and consider changing resolution 2020-35 to take the word suspend out and say cancel. And I will not read this entire resolution, but I'm now going to request that we ask FDOT to cancel all further design and development work on the project. But I do want to emphasize that nowhere in my resolution, when we make that change, and it'll take some other wording change as well, nowhere does it say that we want to walk away from this project completely, that we don't want anything to happen. It merely recognizes that we didn't do our job properly at the beginning, and as a result, we're looking at something that may not really reflect what we want, and we're asking for a do-over, which she said we could certainly ask them to do. I was specific in this resolution. I am going to read one thing here that's important, that it says, we desire to take appropriate advantage of their time, skills, and generous budget to improve 6th Avenue with elements that also reflect the village's overall vision for the community. So I want to make it clear that I'm not suggesting that we walk away from this permanently. I'm merely saying that the calendar that we're faced with FDOT is not feasible for us to come back and make the kind of request that we possibly, very likely, will make. So we won't be able to do it. And then we'll be backing them into a corner even more. I'm saying I think we should do the right thing for FDOT and ask them to cancel this project, and then we take our time and do this properly. But we specifically request studies that are listed in section 3 that would help us do our job correctly. I'm going to specifically point out letter D, which says if we contemplate eliminating a lane or lanes on 6th Avenue, one of the other pieces of information that we're not discussing is I would like information on how traffic changes on 6th Avenue will impact other north-southbound avenues within the village and Griffin Boulevard. In other words, people are still going to have to get from point A to point B. And if the result of lane eliminations on 6th Avenue is that some people take other streets through the village, we could be creating something worse for the village. So we really need to have an understanding of that. 6th Avenue is built to move cars from point A to point B through our 8-block section very quickly and efficiently. And if we do anything to impact traffic on 7th Avenue, 8th Avenue, 9th Avenue, 10th Avenue, 11th Place, or Griffin, we'll end up with something that we're really unhappy with. So I find that to be a critical piece of information that no one is discussing openly. I did talk to FDOT about it, but that would be a specific additional request of mine. With that, I'll cede to the rest of you to have a discussion, and keep in mind that if anyone wants to talk to FDOT, there are 2 representatives on this call. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Who is next on to speak of the commissioners? Commissioner Ross, do you want to go next?
You're muted.
You're muted.
Ross.
Okay.
There you go.
Here I am. Hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
There you are.
So all of this has come at us very quickly. The first time that it appeared on an agenda for the commission to look at, I believe, was June. And the details of the project became available to us a couple of weeks ago at the FDOT workshop. So it was all fresh and new to everyone. I find it really astounding that it was so developed without having a resolution by the commission endorsing or asking for the project, but that's where we are now. I feel that one of the things that we were lacking is a planner who would have been there negotiating and talking to FDOT about the project, but also there on behalf of the village and advancing the village's wishes for elements of the project to be more characteristic of our residential neighborhood. I think that was very short-sighted for the village administration not to include a planner before in the process. And I would like us to, we have a planner who's under contract with us, Calvin Giordano. I spoke yesterday or early this morning with Alex David, who's usually doing services for us. And it's something that they would, it's part of their bailiwick. That's what they do. So as we try to do something beneficial for the village, and as much as we appreciate the generosity of FDOT, and I'd like to be able to take advantage of those dollars, I want us to have a professional with those disciplines looking out after the village's interests. So what I propose also with this resolution, which will be, and I'd like it inserted in there that this is actually the first resolution of the Village Commission concerning this project, that we also make provision to commit to engaging the services of our planner to help see us through the community engagement and future asks or negotiations with FDOT for modifications of 6th Avenue. It's a shame that we got here as we did, but it's our responsibility to make it better. And I look forward to partnering with FDOT for improvements in the village. We just need to make sure that they're reflective of our community.
Thank you. Commissioner Tudor, would you like to speak?
I know Mr. Roman's on the phone, so I'd kind of like to hear some feedback from him. I know Vice Mayor Kennedy mentioned that he spoke to Bao regarding that pretty much it's a do or die situation at this point. So I'd like to hear from Mr. Roman to get FDOT's take on that, to find out, is there anything that they can do to work with us to give us an opportunity to speak with residents in order to gather better feedback and then propose some options to them?
Hello, good evening. Thank you very much. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone that joined us 2 weeks ago at our virtual public meeting with success. I want to thank the commission. I want to thank the staff members and the residents. You guys have been very vocal, and that is something that we really appreciate because it helps us in our design. I've been taking note of everything that you guys have spoken, and I stated everything that you guys agree on as far as the commission. We will go ahead and analyze it as far as what your take is on this. So I'm basically here. I'm just here to see what your opinion is. I heard earlier on from one of the residents, their input, and according to what your resolution is, then we will go ahead and analyze and see what we can do on our end.
Thank you. Commissioner Tudor, you want to continue?
Just real quick, I just want to ask Mr. Roman real quick, if he can
Sure.
elaborate, is the deadline for any type of proposed changes September? And if we want to make modification to items in the design, such as a sidewalk, is that the case where that would be basically a no-go?
I would have to check with my team to give you an accurate timing on that. I don't want to mislead the commission or anyone here. So I can check with the team as far as if there is some sort of a deadline as far as making modifications, and I can get back to you as soon as possible.
Yeah, because I think that's the key part for a lot of the residents who, we have some who are, opposed. They want to basically, just end it right here, come back, revisit at a later time. But there are some who do have concerns that given the state's budget capacity with everything that's been going on, that we may not have an opportunity like this going forward. But that would only make sense for us to have workshops and speak to residents about this if we can actually make those what can be considered material changes to a project. I understand the vice mayor stated that he spoke to a representative there, and she said she gave him a deadline, but I kind of would like to have something, written, provided to the commission, basically, stating that so that we all are on the same page.
Yeah, I will inform our team, and we can get back to you with formal writing as far as if there is a deadline and how much time you have and whatnot.
Okay.
Commissioner Samaria?
Well, I'm sorry. Will Bao Ying's on the call if you want to ask her. She said she would be on the meeting, rather.
Yeah, I didn't see, all I saw was Mr. Roman. I didn't know if she was on there.
Yeah, I don't see her on here, but she told me she would be on here.
Yeah, I don't see her either.
I don't see her either.
I'm not sure myself, commission, but like I said, I will relay the message, and I could go ahead and supply you with a response. Absolutely.
Yeah, because I think, having that concrete information, I think makes a much easier decision for I think everybody on the commission. Because if we have no flexibility in the current plans, then it's one of those things that to make sure we have the best product for the residents, that's not going to be acceptable for the commission or for the residents. And I understand that this has been an issue that since going back 2013, 2014, the commission has had conversations with FDOT, but it's primarily been about mid-block crossings. And I understand at the time that was a no-go unless there were sidewalks, were one of the issues. But, unfortunately, it looks like this kind of sprung up on the commission last minute. So, I think that's kind of where we're at right now. Without that flexibility, it's hard to go ahead and move forward without being able to take into consideration what residents feel.
Sure, understood. I'll get you that response as soon as possible.
Thank you. Commissioner Samaria?
Yes, I'd like to thank Mr. Roman for participating tonight. A lot of the questions, and I'd like to give credit to Commissioner Kennedy for getting us up. A lot of the questions that I had to do with, I think Matt Kennedy had it answered, Commissioner Kennedy had an answer. There's one that I need to, that's very concerning. What happens when our Public Works needs to work on 6th Avenue. If we convert one lane each way, they would tie up the whole lane. So that's a question that I think needs to be answered. What happens?
Is there anything else?
No, that's it. That's just...
Okay, this is a very conflicting vote because
Mayor, this is Chief Cooper. I'd like to, I had a discussion with Mr. Roman, and I think there's, I want to make some clarifications. There's some misinformation. I want to make sure that he's clear with our discussions. Is that
Go
okay?
ahead, Chief. Go ahead, Chief.
Roman, how you doing, sir?
Good, Chief. Thank you.
I do. Good. Listen, we had some prior discussions. Obviously, I had discussions with you when Mr. Ross, Howard, Nancy, and all that began to get together. I asked you to please work with them, coordinate, provide them as much information as possible, so on and so on, and to continue working with the commission and with the administration. One of the discussions we had was that I made it very clear that from the discussions I had with residents, that one of the options they're looking at is two lanes. And you advised me that via resolution, making a resolution, they can change the scope of the work, and the design can be changed at the request of our commission. That's one question. The other, and basically the question is that still truthful or not? Or do we need to stop it like Commissioner Kennedy states, and then take 90 days or 30 days, whatever was stated, and get you a resolution that it's appropriate to the needs of the residents. And the second question is, we discussed that at 1, 2, 5, and 6, the lane, you were going to change the configuration of traffic and the way it entered into the village. And I said to you, wow, that would be a great opportunity to maybe look at reducing it, because the traffic was going to be diverted. Was it part of the traffic was going to be diverted to what? Reopen up, what is it, A1A you said? What was it?
No, it's a project north of 121. It's located on Dixie
That's
Highway.
125. Yeah, it's 125.
Yeah,
and,
yeah, 125. Yep, yeah, on Dixie Highway. Yeah, that's being converted. That's going to be changing. In fact, I'm pulling it up now so I could.
So part of the idea, part of that would reconfigure some of that traffic away from 6th Avenue and back in the other direction. Is that correct?
Yes, and that project is scheduled for February of 2023. So it's some time from now. But yeah, they're permanently closing southbound West Dixie Highway from northeast 126th Street to northeast 6th Avenue, permanently rerouting West Dixie Highway traffic to northeast 128th Street. And they'll be signalizing the intersection of northeast 128th Street at northeast 6th Avenue. They'll be providing a northbound left turn lane at the intersection of northeast 125th Street and northeast 6th Avenue. And one more important point here is converting northeast 7th Avenue to a one-way southbound street between northeast 127th Street and northeast 125th Street.
Okay, so that kind of helps, I think, to answer the question that a resident had about, traffic. I mean, about the amount of speeders and the additional traffic we have on 6th Avenue. So the question is here, by us halting, you initially said to me, the best way to go about this is bring a resolution. And apparently the designer of the project, Ms. Yang, who's not on the phone, and I wish you would call her if you can get her on the phone, so we can clarify this. They're saying that probably the best course of action is to stop the project and then cancel the project or suspend the project for right now, and we come back with a resolution. Is that, or is because initially that's not what we spoke about?
Yeah, I don't want to on her behalf. I know, as Vice Mayor stated, we had a conversation with her. I don't know the conversation they had. If she were here, she should be able to basically answer that.
What is the protocol process?
Sure. I can tell you from experience, back to your original question about converting the lanes, and I think we stated that earlier on. So for the most part of our conversations with the commission publicly and in the workshop, if Biscayne Park would like to have from 4 lanes to 2 lanes, it would have to be provided by the commission or Biscayne Park for that matter, a written statement saying that they would like for us to study that or evaluate that. I think it was mentioned that the whole converting the from 4 lane to 2 lane, that we're not going to do that, that is not accurate. We can do that, but as we've been saying, it would have to be a request from the commission as part of this project, the one that's on the table right now. That is not being considered because it's not a part of it. It doesn't mean that it can happen as Vice Mayor Kennedy suggested, that it would have to be something that we will have to evaluate and study, and it does take a little bit of time.
Right, and that was part of our discussion. Once a resolution passed, the only thing that would occur would be a delay in the project because it would have to basically almost start all over again with the redesigns, the design stage, and looking at the funding and additional information, correct?
Correct, yeah. They will have to evaluate and do a traffic study, et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot of variables to play.
Thank you.
Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to say this is a very difficult thing. I certainly am against sidewalks, but I'm just afraid that if we vote on this in the affirmative, that we're stopping our lights, our landscaping, our drainage. And I don't know. I really don't know on this one. Is there any way that we could postpone it to see if we could come up with a new design without sidewalks being put? Commissioner?
May I jump in?
Yes.
Yeah, let me jump in here on a couple of things. First of all, there's no landscaping involved in this project. There's landscape removal in the right of way of the residents, but there's no landscaping included in
Right.
the project.
Well, no.
The project includes other elements. And again, I'm going to go back to the first thing I said was, I really don't want to get lost in the weeds of who wants what and we want this and what about that. That's not what this conversation is about tonight. Be clear on this. Their design stage ends in November, and they have spent all of their design money. Their first phase is design, then they go on to planning, and then they go on to construction. The first phase, for all intents and purposes, is done. They're past 90% of design, and they spent the money. And they spent all that money designing something that we didn't have input on, okay? She told me, Mac, you're past the point of being able to make major requests. I went over this at the beginning of my comment. We're past that point. She said, I said, is there any way, Bao Yang? And she said, let me look at my calendar. She's looking at calendars and trying to figure budgets. And she said, the best I can do is September. Well, guys, we can't do what we need to do in a month. We can't probably do that in 3 months. We need studies that we have to request from them. The request of the studies is a process in itself. Then the studies take place. Then we get them and we can consider them. That major one is the lane elimination study. So she was abundantly clear to me today. And I called her back and confirmed it again a second time and made notes and emailed it to her. September would be the last we could request anything, and she can't guarantee it if we do because we're already past that deadline. In my opinion, the only responsible thing we can do is to request them in a very nice way. Thank them, ask them to cancel, help, and take ownership of the fact that the village, maybe no one in this meeting was involved in it, not happening quite the right way. And by the way, I really don't think anyone did anything nefarious. I kind of don't like to think that people do nefarious things. Maybe they weren't, minding the details, and maybe the manager should have, whatever. I don't care at this point. But right now,
they're all gone.
Yeah, I know they're all gone. But this is an opportunity that's too big for us to squander. And the idea of, well, I don't want to lose it. Guys, if we lose the money, and if it's money being spent on something we don't want, then it's not a loss. If someone wants to give you something that you don't want and you say no, you're not losing anything. So I guess if we're going to wrap this up, I'm going to plead with my colleagues. I just need two of you to
Just,
agree
no,
with me.
just move the
to-
question. We don't need begging and pleading, please. We need any
I
other
wasn't begging and
commissioners
pleading,
have
but
anything to
okay.
say?
Yes, yes.
Go ahead, Commissioner Ross.
Thank you. So as I said before, we first really had knowledge of this project at the June meeting when the former interim manager brought a resolution to us that was that told us that the design of the project was complete in that resolution. I was just reading it again. And they were looking for the village's commitment for the upgrade on the lights. And that would have been the first resolution that the village, a formal statement on the project. That would have been the village's first formal statement on the project. So we know where we are. We know where we were with the design. He told us back in June that they were completed. Now we learned they were at 60, 90, and they progressed pretty fast now at 90%. FDOT is looking for the village to formalize some guidance for them on what direction we're going to take. And so I think it's appropriate to pass a resolution. We can't just not pass anything. And what MAC has come up with, you know, maybe it's a matter of semantics, cancel, suspend, I don't know. I don't think we should tell FDOT what their protocol should be for their next step, but what we can do is tell them what we intend to do and what we can support and what we cannot support. The plans as they are presented to us right now are not reflective of our residential community. And the best thing I think we could do right now is to let FDOT apologize, let the FDOT know what our next intentions are, engage a professional to help us get through this process, and study some of the things that have come to light in the community discussions about this. And then we can approach it from a place of understanding what the implications are, what the ramifications are of the changes that could be proposed. It does sound like this diversion of traffic just to the north of us will have a beneficial impact, so that there will be a reduction in the number of cars coming down 6th Avenue. And that could be persuasive for the reduction of lanes. But we need to make a formal statement, and we need to, it's only fair to FDOT to give them that. So we just
Like
have
to move the question? Should we take a vote?
So a couple of things were proposed as amendments to the resolution that was provided in the backup.
Right, he changed the word on that.
No, there's more than that. Ross, I'm very happy to amend my resolution for the change that I want, and also to include your language about this being a first resolution, which is basically owning the fact that we didn't do it before, and also that we want to use our own professional planner to assist in that process. Is that what you're asking?
Yes, I am asking for those amendments. Now, I mean, with regard to the word cancel or suspend, I don't know.
She used the word cancel to me today. When we had the discussion, I said, can we cancel it? And she said, yes, you can. And then that will enable it. And I said, well, then we could go back and do what we should have done at the beginning. And she said, yes. And if you do that, please make it a resolution. Your request in the form of a resolution.
Commissioner Tudor?
Just real quick, do we want to have wording in a resolution that asks FDOT to suspend the project while the commission, you know, basically moves forward on conducting workshops with residents, and basically do what should have been done earlier on if this would have been presented to the commission like it should have been, or what should have happened actually is the commission would have had this discussion, you know, months and months and months ago. We would have done a resolution, and then they would have started the design phase. It was backwards, but I don't know if we want to include that language in there, basically asking them to suspend the process where they're at now while the commission moves forward on working with residents on the design phase.
let me read section 4 to you, Will. Official village request. Further, after receiving these studies, the village commission commits to expediting an official request to FDOT. That process may include one or more public workshops of village residents, and the request will be in the form of a resolution passed by the majority approval of the village commission. I think that's what you're suggesting.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we have that really emphasized, because what I don't want to do
section 4.
Yeah, because I want to make sure that that's really the heart of it. Because what I don't want to do is basically, alienate FDOT on this process going forward. So I think
I tried so hard in wording this to make sure that didn't happen, Will. I really did, and I hope number 4 addresses that concern for you.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that that's. I mean, I know it's in there. I just think I would like to see it. I don't know how. Maybe a little bit.
Underline it, boldface it, italicize it.
Capitals?
I don't know. I don't know how else to emphasize it, Will. It's right there in black and white. It's in the resolution, and it says we'll expedite it. It says we'll work really hard and fast as we can.
Commissioners, I just want to show that Mr. Roman is raised his hand. I think he wants to speak, and also Bowing is in also. And
wonderful.
She's unmuted.
Thank you, Mr. Sen. Yeah, I just wanted to say, commissioners, Ms. Bao Ying has joined us, so that you were
wonderful.
Oh, she is with us right now as we speak. Thank you.
Okay.
Do you have a question for her, Commissioner Tuda?
Yeah, I just she wasn't here earlier when Commissioner Vice Mayor Kennedy was speaking, but I just wanted to have her confirm that basically the timeline that the commission has to operate on in order to work with residents for any type of designs basically is this month. I mean, we have no real time period to actually work on anything. I want to confirm that. And then I want to confirm that even working with residents, if we want to make changes, recommendations that they consider to be material, whether it's changes to the sidewalks, whether it's adding mid-block crosswalks, whether it's putting in the paperwork for the request for a lane elimination study, basically anything along those lines would kill the current project.
Hi, good evening. This is Bao Ying from FDOT. Yes, the design project is now in 90%. We have 100% submittal coming up in November, with a construction begin sometime late next year. So all the funding budget schedule is in line with the current project scope. Now, if the village have a willing to change the scope or modify the scope, that may affect the current design schedule. It really depends on the type of modification. For something minor, we probably can accommodate. For something that require much more work, that may affect the design schedule. That's one. For example, if any major design work modification, we may need to consider move out of construction because there will be no way we could meet the current schedule. That's one option. Another option is really depends on what the village would like to do. If you guys would like to see the current design scope, then we can definitely move forward with the current design, with the current construction schedule, with the current budget in place. Now, I know I'm aware that the residents or some of the folks attended the workshop had the comment that to reduce down to one lane. With that option, that will take the project back to the planning phase. That means pretty much everything will start from scratch from the planning phase. With the planning option, basically the sidewalk project, what I was could be canceled completely in order to do a planning study and see if it's warranted, and then go through the public involvement, going through the coordination with the village, and so and so. And after the planning study, FDOT will decide or will determine whether a design project could be programmed or no. So that lane elimination will change the project scope completely.
Commissioner Ross, you have a question for her? Commissioner Ross?
So what I'm hearing is that if we asked for a study for a lane reduction, that would take it back to the planning stage, change the scope completely. The other aspect that is sort of controversial is the sidewalk itself. If the sidewalks were removed from the project, how would that affect the planning stage?
If the sidewalk being removed from the current design project, it actually will not affect the planning stage, because the planning, it basically is providing the project to be discussion for planning to see what the public want, what the village would support of what the public wants, or what DOT with planning study. So the planning study will not really have any impact with the current project. However, during planning study, sidewalk can be considered and can be studied, can be discussed, be coordinated.
I'm sorry, I missed part of that, Bao-Ying, was cut off. However,
the planning study could consider the sidewalk.
Bao-Ying, it's Mac. May I kind of tag a question onto what you just said? I understood from our conversation earlier today that if that eliminating the sidewalks, for example, would impact things in a more, I mean, it's a big change on its own, but that it also impacts the drains significantly, because many of the drains are placed as a result of the pervious sidewalks being placed, and the pervious sidewalks are what direct water into these drains. In other words, many of the drains are required because the sidewalks are there. So if the sidewalks aren't included, then a lot of the drains aren't even necessary.
Correct.
Because then the right-of-way acts as their so it's a major, the sidewalks aren't just a standalone item. This is what she made clear to me. They impact other things as well.
Correct, because for example, the drainage is really very improvement from the sidewalk, because the sidewalk is the main issue. Now currently, the drainage system up there is the swell.
Yes, the swales are the drains.
Right.
Yeah, okay. That's what I understood from her. I just want to make sure everyone's clear on that. Will does.
Yeah, I have a quick question.
Go ahead, Will.
Yeah, Bao-Ying, I just want to clarify. You're saying that the design phase will be completed in November. So if the commission conducts workshops, but we don't actually have a resolution to present to FDOT till, let's say, at the October commission meeting, we come up with a resolution stating what we want to see in this project, what changes. If we submit that in October, at that point in time, if there's no agreement, then the project would end up going back to the planning phase, more than likely. Is that correct?
Design.
Or the design phase?
Let me try to understand the question here. So
Yeah, I'm just trying to find out if we have, because I want to see if we have time to have workshops in August, September, where we're working with residents, where we're tweaking the proposed design from FDOT, so that we can have a resolution in October that we could present to FDOT. Would that be time to, since you're saying the design phase will wrap up in November, would that still give us, would that be feasible, or would that basically?
I really don't have a definite answer. It depends on the type of change the village would be requesting or asking for.
But if it's a major change, it would basically stop the project as it currently is, if it presents what the village wants in October.
Right. If it's a major change in terms of design and FDOT agree or concur on those design, we possibly could accommodate it. However, the design and construction schedule could be moved out.
Okay.
If the village saying that, oh, we would like to see lane reduction, and for that direction, definitely we cannot have this design project in place, because we need to go through the planning study, and the planning study involves coordination with the village, involve public involvement, it just a different approach.
Okay. Yeah, and I just want to find out, because what I don't want to do is pass a resolution where we're basically asking FDOT to suspend or to cancel a project, or let's just say suspend the project at this time. If we still we can actually still do that in an October resolution. We'll have time to meet with residents. We can actually, instead of just saying suspend, we can actually come back and say, this is what the village wants. And then FDOT at that time can say, hey, you know what, that is a major change in the scope. This has to go back to a design phase. This will have to have, new meeting with residents. In essence, it would basically end that project to create a new project. Because right now we just don't know what residents really want. I think we really have to have those workshops.
I think I can understand where the village position at this time, and you guys have all the time to do necessary public involvement or trying to get a major census on a proposal, whatever that is. Now, once the village reach to a consensus to move forward, then of course you can let me know and let FDOT know what's the village position on what type of improvement that you would like to have FDOT. And at that time, FDOT will analyze to see how we can, or if we can accommodate any or all of the improvements. And then we will decide whether we can keep the design or no. But like I mentioned earlier, the lane elimination, if that's the village direction, definitely the design project could be canceled, because the lane elimination, it's a completely different direction from the current design scope. Now, here's another caveat here. In my past coordination with the village director and manager, you guys also, at the time, also requested decorative lighting replacement. So with my 100% plan in November, with that being said, we also need the village position on whether moving forward with the direct decorative lighting or no, because there will be a locally funded agreement that we need to enter, as well collecting how much of the dollar amount from the village for the contribution on the decorative lighting difference. So, and for any reason, let's say if the village were not able to provide that, and if the village would like to see the project going and would like to see the lighting being replaced with that option, FDOT would change it to a standard lighting design. I'm just giving you some ideas or some options. What are we facing depending on scenarios?
Okay, and I just want to, it sounds to me like the commission, we have the opportunity to meet with residents. We could provide this resolution to you, worst case scenario, in October. At that time, the resolution in October could be, this is what we want to see with the project. It may change everything. It may halt the project. It may take it back to design phase. Or at that time, the commission may come to that consensus that, you know what, there's nothing that we can do going forward. We're just going to ask FDOT to suspend the project at that time.
That's okay too. That's another option. Yeah.
Yeah. What I don't want to do is I don't want to be working with workshops, putting a resolution in October, only for FDOT where it may be in disagreement with FDOT, and the FDOT says, hey, this is October, we're going to go ahead and start moving forward to, the planning phase. We're going to go ahead and start going to the next level. That's what I want to avoid doing. I want to be able to have a little bit of room there to operate and work with the residents to get that valuable feedback.
At this time, if the village telling me that you anticipate to get back to FDOT in October, then I will follow up with you guys in October if I haven't heard anything back from you by then, before we move forward to a decision. Because at this time, we understand the situation or the village position, as well as the residents' feedback up to this point. So we are not moving blindly without coordination with the village.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kennedy, do you have an amendment to your motion?
I do, but I just want to respond to that short conversation there. I personally don't think that it's a reasonable expectation for us to place on ourselves to do all of this work without even having the lane elimination study to try to then come back to them. Because remember, if we're going to give them informed, reasonable requests based on some information, we need those studies. And they need time to, we need time to even request those studies. And it's just, look, I'm just going to put this as bluntly as I can. There's no way we're getting this done by October. Look at all the other things we have going on and add this on top of it. This is too critical to muck up. It's about getting it right, not getting it fast. So I'm going to make my amendment. I'm going to formally make a motion that we pass resolution 2020-35 and we change the word suspend to cancel in the title. I will email some other minor wording changes that go along with that, that are in the body that I can email to John Herron, and that we add 2 additional pieces of information that Roxana Ross suggested. One is that we specify that this resolution 2020-35 is in fact the very first resolution the commission has ever passed on the matter of the FDOT project. And also that we will employ our professional planner in the process as appropriate to get our resolution together when we do so.
Okay, do we have a second to the amended motion?
Yeah, I second that.
Okay, you want to
Just one more question. Wanted a clarification, please. So, Bao Ying, back in June, we were sort of being pressed to make the commitment on the resolution that was presented to us to approve the plans, and we were being pressed to make the commitment on the lighting and the monetary contribution for that. So are you saying now that that commitment doesn't need, you don't need that commitment from us and you can wait until September?
If the village
we do need it.
The current design, yes, we will still need that in December or November.
Yeah. Yeah. In other words, we're going to cough up $400,000.
Right. I thought it was only 3. But anyhow, Roseanne, would you please take a vote?
Add another item regarding the lane reduction. FDOT has a lane elimination procedure to go by. I forwarded before Kennedy. So if the village would like to, go for the lane reduction, I would suggest you get familiar with the procedure because the initiator come from the village for a lane reduction.
Thank you.
It's in the resolution, Bao Ying, and that's something and I did forward that on to the clerk, and I believe she included it in the backup or sent it to the other elected officials.
Okay, thank you. Roseanne, you want to call the roll, please?
One more question, please. If in October the commission reaches some consensus to move forward with this project with slight modifications as your plan will permit, what is the likelihood that we can then proceed with a lane reduction request? And it would be a separate project. And what is the likelihood that FDOT is going to then spend additional resources on this stretch of road?
At this time, I think it's still it depends on what the village wants. Do you guys want the sidewalk project or no? If you don't want it, then we don't have a project. If you want it, we already have the design and construction funded. We also have a design team. So all that is already in place. Now, let's say if the village wants to pursue with a lane reduction, I think the question is back to the village. Even with the lane reduction study or planning, do we still want a sidewalk project?
Thank you. Okay, we're moving the question. Roseanne, you want to take a vote, please, on the amended motion?
Mayor Hopping?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kennedy,
Yes.
Commissioner Ross,
Yes.
Commissioner Samaria. You're muted, Commissioner Samaria.
You're muted. Dan, unmute. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Tudor.
No.
Okay. Motion passed 4-1.
Okay, the next item. Is,
Mayor, it's Resolution 2020-36.
right, you want to read that?
Yes. A resolution of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, increasing the compensation of village clerk during her tenure as the interim village manager, providing for severability and providing for an effective date.
Okay. Commissioner Kennedy, Vice Mayor Kennedy, you wanted to add something on that?
I'm sorry, I had to run into the other room. I'm back. Yes. Well, I didn't want to add something. I guess I just want to clarify something and ask a question. So at the meeting where we were, what meeting was it? I don't know the date. Where we were discussing the first interim manager. Yeah, it was before the budget meeting, but it was, yes, it was that evening where we were talking about the former Paul Winkeljohn. Several of you, and I'm certain it was Will and Dan, so I'm going to ask you guys to jump in here and clarify something. You were very adamant about the fact that, and it was included in the actual resolution, I believe, that you did not want Paul to have the power of hiring and firing employees. And what I recall you saying, and I should have listened to the video over the weekend, I didn't get to it, is that you didn't feel comfortable with any interim manager having the power of making staff changes. And Will, you said something like, I don't know, clean out the place or something. I think you said at one point. I think we need to have a quick discussion about that, because the charter does provide for the manager to get the job done, and that includes the hiring and firing of staff. And our charter does not make the distinction between a manager and an interim manager. It just says manager. So Roseanne is our de facto manager at this point. I think we need to clarify that, because if that was about Paul not having that authority, that's one thing. But if I ever recall, you both didn't want an interim person having that authority. And we need to clarify that, because my position was that an interim manager is the manager and they need to get the job done. And if there's a staff issue and Roseanne needs to fire someone, she needs to be able to fire someone. And if there is a change that requires her to hire someone, she needs to be able to hire someone. And we've put no deadline on this. She can be going on for months and months and months, as far as we know. We can't hog tie Roseanne to not get the job done. We've given her the authority to get the job done. We need to give her the power. My position on this is that our charter is clear on it, that we really shouldn't have to have the conversation. I bring it up because several of you were adamant last time that an interim manager should not have the authority, and we need to make sure we're clear that Roseanne does in fact have that authority. So perhaps we should start with John Herron on this. John, is there any distinction? What does our charter say to this?
Well, the charter clearly states that the manager has the authority to hire and fire. That is one of the specific powers vested in the manager under the charter. I think the distinction that, if I were asked, and it never came up, or I was asked at the last meeting, is the distinction between someone who you are entering into a contract with, and you can then specify in the contract what powers any person does or doesn't have. So that would be the distinction. But to the extent that Ms. Prado is the product of is serving as the interim manager as someone inside the village, she would have the powers given to her under the charter, period.
Okay, I don't.
So then the meeting the conversation at the last meeting was kind of a moot point, in other words.
Right.
It's already established that she does have that power.
Yeah.
Right.
So Dan and Will Dan and Will might want to chime in here.
Okay. Well, no. Let me make it absolutely clear what this item is. Unless you all change it, all this item does, and you specifically asked me to do this at the last meeting, is to establish the manager's compensation, just as we've done
Correct.
in the past with the prior manager and the prior interim manager and past interim managers. Nothing more, nothing less. The issue
And I
that-
tagged this on
with all
because
due
this was a
respect,
conversation about her.
Yeah. So the issue that you're raising is certainly an appropriate discussion, but not necessarily in the context of the limited purpose of this particular resolution. At any other part
So
of the
maybe we
agenda,
should-
if you want to bring it up, that would be more appropriate.
Can we
Well,
get a
could we
motion for
discuss
this?
this resolution, vote on it, and then finish that conversation, Ginny? So I
Yes.
think we better have it because I think there's some managers or commissioners with different expectations.
Okay, can we have a motion
I'll
on the
make-
rest? You're making the
I'll make a
motion?
motion to pass. I'll make a motion to pass resolution 2020-36 interim village manager compensation.
Do we have a second? I'll second it. Okay, any discussion? Commissioner Samaria?
Yes. Sorry. As I made before, it was not meant towards Paul. I still stick by that no interim manager should be able to hire or fire any employee. I stick with that. But it wasn't meant towards Paul. It was meant towards any interim manager.
Commissioner Tudor? What is your understanding?
No, I was very clear at the last meeting. I don't believe that somebody in interim role should have the ability to hire and fire. I think their role should be very limited to basically running the daily operational, minus the hiring and firing aspect. But if three of y'all feel differently, it doesn't really matter. I'm just making my case of how I feel about the issue.
Okay, Commissioner Ross?
Well, and Will, just to be clear, I brought it up because it was discussed last time, and I wanted to make sure that your concerns and Dan's were addressed.
Yeah, and it holds for anybody in an interim position.
Commissioner Ross? You're muted. You're muted.
I'm not sure that creating that void is a wise choice. That means the village cannot hire or fire anyone because no one else has the authority to do it but for the manager. So, I think we're making some kind of an exception that leaves us with a void that we should not be supporting. But to take it to the item itself, I really think that we have to re-examine this appointment of the interim manager because it's abundantly clear that we need a full-time clerk. And that position has so many responsibilities that are not being met currently. And now we're going to pile on additional tasks for the village, for the clerk.
I think we voted on that already.
For example, did I get my 5 minutes?
No, I said, I think we voted on that already.
Do I get my 5 minutes?
Go ahead.
What was the rule? So for example, our village website is behind in postings. I was looking for some ordinances over the weekend that we approved a couple of months ago and they weren't on. Thankfully, Roseanne had the time today or yesterday to update that. But we're also missing our audited financial statements. The last one posted was from 2014. So we're behind 5 years on posting our financial statements, audited financials on the finance page. And I believe that's required by Florida statute and by county ordinance that we have those audited financials posted. Some other important things are not happening properly. For example, the FRS issue that we're going to discuss a little later in the evening. The attention to the RFP, the solicitation that we need in order to get the sanitation services moving. That draft that I saw over the weekend was something taken from another city, and basically the Village of Biscayne Park's name was substituted for that other city, but the document itself was lacking in procedure as far as bids and how they are rated, and even as far as our village hall address and the services that are provided here versus the services that are provided in another city. In the past, our manager and our clerk worked together to get these RFPs done, but it didn't happen now because there are just too many things that we're tasking one person to do. And they're important things. And it puts us further and further behind on the things that we need to get accomplished. I think that it's wrong-headed, and we need to have an executive with the skill set and the power to be interim manager and not appoint this important task to not give it to the village clerk to do.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Mayor, can I have the floor, please, Chief Cabrera?
Go ahead, Chief.
All right, I just, I want to bring to light, without getting into details, some new events. So when the commission makes a decision, they make an informed decision. As you all know, I oversee right now possibly the two biggest departments within the village. And without a doubt, there is definitely issues that need to be addressed. Among another issue that's pending that may require for the village, in coordination with the attorney, and maybe advise of outside ER or in-house from the law firm to take appropriate actions. I asked the commission to please reconsider the ability of the manager to be able to take actions that allow her to hire and fire. I will tell you that this is not something that's taken lightly. Would be prudent. It would be actions that are prudent and detrimental, obviously, and it's important that she has this ability now that you've asked, confirmed her position, and the fact that she's gonna be holding the office or the position until you select a manager. But for the next few months, there are current issues that will come to light eventually, but that need to be taken, and we want to have the opportunity to be able to have all the options on the floor, on the floor that we can turn to. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Samaria, do you have anything to say? You're muted. You're muted. Dan, okay.
I'd like to hear from Mr. Tudor, and then I'd like to make my comment, because the chief has brought something up that maybe might need for me to rethink it, but I just want to hear what Commissioner Tudor has to say about it.
Commissioner Tudor?
No, for me, it's just a I guess a philosophical stance for me. I just, I understand what the chief is saying. I also have concerns on the other end. For me personally, I don't think the interim manager or anybody in interim position should have that authority. But if the charter says otherwise, the charter says otherwise. Ordinance says otherwise. Ordinance says otherwise. I mean.
Okay, I'd go along with the charter. Is there anything other discussion, or can we move this resolution?
Yes, I want to make sure we're all clear on one other thing. It's different, but it's also kind of related in a way, in that the charter allows the manager to enter us into contracts, and I want to make sure we're going to be talking about a solid waste contract among some other things. So everyone's clear on that, right? She's going to enter us into contracts too.
Right.
Yeah.
With our approval. With our approval.
Okay, and I'm not questioning that. I think she's hired for the job. She needs to do the job. I just want to make sure everyone's kind of clear on this. I brought it up. I brought the last topic up on behalf of two other commissioners that were very concerned about it last time. So I just want to make sure everyone's considered all of these things.
Okay, Roseanne, do you want to take a vote?
Well, I'd like to, Madam Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Samaria.
I'd like to hear without going into details from the clerk in reference to the subject matter that was just brought up by the chief, without going into,
I really think that's improper.
and I,
Okay. Roseanne, you want to take a vote on 2020-36?
Mayor Hoppy,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cannon,
Yes.
Commissioner Ross,
No,
Commissioner Samari,
this is in reference to the
Her
intern,
salary.
oh, the salary,
The
yes.
compensation, Dan.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, thank you. Salary, yes.
Commissioner Tudor,
Yes.
motion
Okay.
passed 4-1.
Resolution 2020-37, Mr. Herron?
Yes, Madam Mayor, members of council, resolution 2020-37, a resolution of the mayor and village commission of the village of Biscayne Park, Florida, authorizing the interim village manager to execute a memorandum of understanding between the Dade County Police Benevolent Association Incorporated and the village of Biscayne Park, authorizing a temporary 1% pay increase related to the COVID-19 pandemic, providing for severability and providing for an effective date.
Okay, do we have a motion to pass that? I'll make a motion. Do
Make
we
a
have a
motion.
second?
I'll second it.
Okay, is there any discussion on that?
Yes, I have a couple of things really quickly. I just want to I talked to the chief today about this, and there's some language in there that I just want someone to explain to me. I'm not questioning it. I just think everyone should know it's in there, and have someone explain to us exactly what it means. It's very clear and very specific that this pay is for quote, officers assigned to COVID-19 work, and then further in it says time actually worked on COVID assignments. So here is my concern, that might even be too strong of a word, is that if we're just gonna, it sounds like it's a 1% pay increase for everybody through a certain date. It's retroactive to a date and goes until a date in December, somewhere towards the end of the year. I wanna make sure that if we do this, that when we go to claim the money through the CARES Act, that they don't then say, okay, Biscayne Park, you spent, $300,000, it's not gonna be that much, but whatever it is, you spent X amount of money on this extra pay for the officers. Now we need you to show us the time actually worked on COVID assignments, because that's all we're gonna cover for you. Because if they are actually mean that very specific language that's in there, then we might wanna consider, not we, the chief, might wanna consider setting up some kind of a system of keeping track of that, because that's all we're going to get covered for if they hold us to the language of that wording. So I read this very closely, and those two things jumped out at me. And then I have another question. Is this money going to be moved to the COVID designation in our budget, or would that be considered double dipping at that point if we tried to claim that somehow else? My bigger concern is this time actually worked on COVID assignments, that we might be held to that by the CARES Act.
Chief, do you have an answer for that?
Yes. First and foremost, I spoke for transparency purposes. I spoke to the vice mayor. We had this discussion, and then I made some follow-up phone calls, including my counterpart in North Miami, Chief Larry Juriga, and we're basically all on the same page that this covers all first responders, with the fact that they are providing services out there, and they're at risk, and this is what this is, that type of pay. Nonetheless, there's two things I do want to say. We all employees do a daily worksheet, and we do case logs at the station. That's part of the process that I've implemented. So we are able to articulate any specifics needed in the future. I do not perceive that. And I spoke with the chief in North Miami. He does not either. They're putting in for not only himself, the entire staff and all the employees, including the most rookie employee within the department. Having said that, and it's important that I'm very clear about this. With the county or any other municipality, at the end of the day, there is currently some legal actions that the mayors are having with the County about the monies, things can change in the drop of a dime. I do not anticipate this because they've allocated $37 million of the 450 something
Or
million.
74 million.
I'm sorry?
It was 474 million.
Yeah,
that
okay,
we said.
470.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm off by a couple $100 million. I'm sorry.
It's okay, I know. We're gonna take a dollar or two.
Okay, so so they've identified this money for that specifically, Vice Mayor. So I'm not foreseeing anything. I can reach out, Maurice, Deputy Mayor Maurice Kemp and I have worked in the past together. I can, I can continue. I can follow up further conversation with them. But this is not an issue that I see a problem with because they and everybody else is on board with it.
If I can add to that, Louis.
Okay.
As of this evening, Carlos Jimenez has set aside $100 million for municipalities. That's new as of 5 o'clock tonight.
Commissioner Kennedy, Vice Mayor Kennedy, and all the commissioners, I want to also state that there's a second part to this act which reimburses for expenses related to COVID-19 and also for the manager's role and the emergency manager or incident commander.
Yes, this resolution, if I may, this resolution 2020-37 is with the Village of Biscayne Park and the Police Benevolent Association, the PBA, is for payment of the police employees, police officers. The other resolution 2020-38, that's the one that treats with the agreement with the county regarding expenses in general and personnel in case like the dedicated personnel to the COVID-19 issue.
Interim manager, it's very, very important from the conversations I had today, I had several, that we put out two different
Resolutions.
two different line items with this. One is from going back to the start date to August and what we've actually spent, and the second what we anticipate we're going to be spending from August to December. Okay.
Oh, absolutely.
So
yes.
It has two parts.
Yeah, but this is our
Paul will have to prepare that. Paul and his company will have to prepare what we've actually spent and what we're anticipating on spending if this continues throughout December.
I believe Roseanne has already submitted that, correct? What we've spent.
The GMS gave me the report and I submit to the county. The one report that enters the personnel, which in that case, it was the manager and the chief of police. And the other lines item are for expenses in general. And we have that very well detailed.
That's 2020.38, right? Is there any discussion on 2020.37? Or can we just do a voice vote on that?
I have a question. I have a question that I actually sent in an email to the interim manager and the chief, and I got back a partial answer. My question was, although it's a reimbursement that's anticipated according to the mayor's letter with regard to the PBA contract, I wanted to know the officers and the amounts involved to date and whether it would include, the reimbursement would include the FRS and salary burdens. It wasn't clear to me from the resolution and from the agreement attached. And I got back sort of a general answer, but not exactly how much we've incurred so far.
For that agreement regarding the police officer and PBA and the Village of Biscayne Park, we don't have a request of a report, not yet. And we don't know how this report is going to be, what is going to be included or not.
The question is, how much has been incurred so far of the 1% that we would seek reimbursement?
Yeah, I don't have that answer yet, but I can ask GMS to provide a estimated report.
Roseanne, what the commissioner is outlining is exactly what I just said before. We need to have I don't have the dates in front, Commissioner Ross, what is it, July? The date?
It's from March.
From March, okay, from March to August, we need to provide the salaries of all of the employees that have been that are going to be involved with this reimbursement. And what she's asking is the FRS contributions and other factors part of the reimbursement? I did not see that portion of it, but that is definitely a GMS question.
Okay, any other questions?
But still, Chief, if it's at your discretion, who is, as they put in their reports, who is it and what time is designated as that hazard time that gets the 1%? Somewhere there has to be some record of this, and that was my question that I posed over the weekend for those amounts, but I did not get a response.
I did not, and okay, to answer your question directly, from my conversations is all the first responders automatically will be eligible to receive this 1% increase per the agreement with the PBA. Nonetheless, the documentation, if additional documentation is required, we have documentation that outlines who worked, worksheets, case logs, and so on that we can provide the county upon request. If that's what you're asking.
Well, yeah, because my reading of the agreement is that it's not an across the board, and the 1% hazard pay is not even necessarily for a shift, for an entire shift, but only for that time during which an officer is at a higher risk because they're working on COVID-related cases.
And that's an excellent question, Commissioner. Thank you for that question. And I asked that question. And basically I said, listen, anytime you're going out there, you have to don a mask, you have to don gloves, you have to take the precautions related to COVID-19. It is considered hazardous pay. That is the response that I got from the other chiefs and towards that question.
Well, we really need to get that response from the mayor and the county, because they're the ones who are going to be passing judgment on whether it's reimbursable or not.
Exactly. That's the point I was making earlier. I'd rather we tighten that up now than we pass this and then risk not being reimbursed at the end. I mean, okay. Rox, when you asked that question before about how much money it would be, I heard you ask how much is the 1% from the retroactive date to now, or did you ask what the total amount would be? You asked how much we already paid.
We only know what we've incurred to date, and
yeah.
And since FRS for the police department is at a high percentage, that's an important factor in the equation. And it's important to me to know.
So it impacts other items too.
Yeah, and it's important to me to know from the county that, yeah, this is what they're going to reimburse before we start. Before we start doling out the money.
Well, I think we can get an answer to that, Commissioner, through the county Moon, interim manager Prado. We can contact Ms. Moon and Deputy Mayor Moon, and her office will be able to respond exactly if all officers would be eligible for that. And that's the information that I got, but we can verify and hopefully get it in writing. And number two, the question would be, are they gonna reimburse us for FRS benefits or that during that time period? Correct, Commissioner Ross?
I would say all the salary burdens, including FRS, and I would feel most comfortable seeing that in an email from Jennifer Moon, not just a phone conversation, because sometimes things get lost in translation.
Right, that's what I said. I said a phone call and possibly ask her for an email. Okay. The only concern I have, Commissioner Ross, and maybe we contribute into the FRS. So in this case, we will be getting reimbursed, because the problem with the increase that we've had with FRS is due to the fact that we do include the part-timers, as you were able to point out, and that was the increase we have this year with the FRS. So besides what we're paying, they would reimburse us during that time period, correct? Is that what you're stipulating?
Well, there are two different things there. When you're talking about FRS, there's an employee contribution to the retirement fund, which is on, it's a requirement, but I wouldn't expect any kind of reimbursement for that. The only reimbursement would be to the employer, to the city, for the salary and the additional burden. I'm not sure I'm not sure about the part-timers and how that fits into the equation.
I just want to know, so when we ask, I want to be precise, because to me that's important. You know how I am. When you mean the burden, besides the 1% salary, what do you mean by that?
Social Security, the Medicare that employers pay for their
Okay.
and the FRS.
All right. Thank you for the clarification.
Madam Mayor.
May I jump in here and ask something? Go ahead, Jim. Go ahead.
Question is, seems like we don't have the answers that we want. I'm wondering if it's possible to pull this item and get the answers that we need to get, because it seems like we're going around in circle. And I think that, we should pull this item and then bring it back at the next commission meeting when the chief has all the answers. Or is this something that has to be done right at this second?
No, it doesn't have to be done right now.
So can I make a motion that we pull resolution?
Well, we have to approve the, no, we can't even apply if we don't approve the 2020-38.
Yeah.
We're on 2020.37 right now on the hazardous pay on that resolution. Are we going to vote on that, Roseanne?
Can I ask our attorney, Mr. Herring, to clarify on the agreement on section 1, when they mentioned that the 1% pay adjustment to their base pay, that means it's the base salary, no overtime, no other benefits, if they have a car allowance, telephone allowance, right?
Well, generally in the base cost is the employee's overhead, insurance, FICA, all those things generally would be included. I think that the question that is really needs to be answered is assuming resolution 2020-37 is approved, is all of that base employment in everything eligible for reimbursement under the agreement that would be approved under 2020-38.
Mm-hmm.
So in that respect, I think that as I understand the question that's being asked, without getting the answer to the question about eligibility under 2020-38, the commission doesn't feel comfortable approving 2020-37.
No, that's not what I asked. I asked the item, the section 1, when it's mentioned that it shall receive a 1% pay adjustment to their base pay. That includes everything, right?
That would be my understanding. That's what I said.
Mm-hmm.
However, that's not separate from whether or not that is fully reimbursable. I don't know enough about the CARES Act to answer that question.
That's what the commission,
John, what's the time period that we need? Because I believe that this is time sensitive. We have to pass this. This is already agreed by the PBA. The PBA and the county mayor came to an agreement that they will reimburse. Now, obviously, Commissioner Ross brought up additional points that we can inquire a little further, which is, does that include FICA and other elements of the pay cycle? But what is the time period that we have to be able to move this forward to the county in order to even be considered eligible?
I think they're waiting for it on all of them. That's what they were talking about
May I ask you a
today.
question?
I'm sorry.
May I ask you a question, Ginny?
Sure.
Jenny, is it possible, and I don't know if this is a runaround, if this is an end run around any possible issues that Rox is bringing up, but would it be possible to pass this in a slightly different way and award it in the form of a bonus after the end of this period of time? Does that in any way help us avoid that?
I don't believe
that
so.
It wouldn't be,
I don't
or do we
believe
still
so.
have to tax and okay. No,
No,
I'm
we
used to
have-
in my business, we get bonuses sometimes that aren't taxed and we're on our own to claim it.
Right, but we have to approve this and we have to approve, what's the I don't even see where the 2020-38 is, which,
It was a handout.
It's on the most
that's the
revised
handout.
agenda.
The county is waiting for that.
Yeah, what I would recommend is that if this is time sensitive and this needs to be done, and and everything I understand that I've been told is it is, I've not been involved in those discussions, so I would defer to the interim manager and the police chief, is to approve both items subject to staff determining or providing the answer to Commissioner Ross's question to all of you, and if the answer is as we expect, that yes, it is covered, then we would just go ahead and move forward with implementation of both agreements.
I agree with that. I like to make.
Okay, and then if we're gonna, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Dan.
No, I said I agree. I would like to just make a motion to approve both with the.
I have another point I want to make before you get to a motion, please.
As do-
If we're going to look into those things, I'd like to also know for a fact that it's going to cover everything, including that language that I pointed out. Because that language to me sounds very specific, that it's only for certain kinds of activities. And I think I just don't want us to be in the position of giving this money out and only getting reimbursed for a portion of it, or finding out later that we have to produce all kinds of documentation that we could have done up front.
We're not going to know anyway about reimbursement on either, but I would put money on the fact that the police expenses will be reimbursed. The others, we just kind of hope, because at this point, we really don't know. Everybody's got to submit these things, and this is up to Mayor Carlos Jimenez. So I think we should, I agree. Did we get a motion and a second on this, Roseanne?
I have an additional comment, please.
Go ahead.
We need to have a clear understanding of how it applies and how we're going to apply it, because what I heard the chief say is different from what I'm reading right here that says covered employees for the actually working on assignments related to COVID pandemic, and it shall apply on an hour-for-hour basis and not based on the entire shift unless that's applicable. I've always been very supportive of the police. And I even think that the rest of our employees that are doing things out there for us that put them at risk should get some kind of a hazard pay aside from the PBA units. But I just want to make sure that we're applying it in the way that will allow us to be reimbursed. Or else we could just say, hey, we're committing to this and we want to give everybody a raise regardless. But we have to know what we're actually doing.
Mayor, can I have the floor a second?
Go ahead, Chief.
Okay, I think listening to Commissioner Ross kind of made me come up with a solution that I think will be helpful for everybody. If we pass both of these items, okay, at the end of the day, we don't have to reimburse anybody for anything at this point. Okay, we wait to get the clarifications we need, and dependent on the clarifications we get, if let's say, for example, if they say no, you only pay for specific incidents, that's what we would reimburse the employee for. If they say, no, you reimburse for the whole shift, that's what we would pay for. So it would, I recommend that you tailor some sort of resolution to say, or to say that it will coincide with what the county, with what the county recommendations are relating to this grant proposal. Does that sound okay, Commissioner Ross?
Well, I would feel more comfortable, we're going to meet next week, and I would feel more comfortable having all the answers and then voting on these things. Have a short meeting right before the budget workshop, and then we'll know where we stand rather than approve something provisionally without having the answers.
I'll agree with that.
So I recommend that we move
And it's not about the police. It's about our reimbursement, 100%.
It's not just this item, it's also the next item, which was a 37-page agreement. Yeah. We were just handed. I haven't even read through it, so I don't know if I have any.
I didn't read that one either.
Chief, is the second portion of the CARES Act?
Yes.
Yes, that 2020-38 is a CARES Act distribution.
I mean, it's up to the commission. I mean, I think either way, what I was proposing was, once, you know, at the end of the day, if we pass it, we still have to comply with what the county says, period. We can't do other. We can't, either way, when we get the answer, whether Ms. Moon, Deputy Mayor Moon says, the 15 minutes that they spent on a call, the 30 minutes they spent, either way, we can't deviate from what the county requirements are. For us to, in my opinion, to delay this may cause compromises.
That is true.
Whatever the commission's will, it is.
Did they say that, Chief?
They're waiting for it.
Chief, did they say that to you, or is that your feeling on it?
That is my opinion based on conversations from the other chiefs that have submitted the proposals.
Did you hear anyone discuss these issues that Rox brings up?
Yes, I actually want, in my discussion with Chief Jariga, and you're more than welcome to give him a call, and he will explain to you exactly how they're going about this.
So are you saying that other cities have already approved, other commissions and councils have already approved the interlocal agreement with the county? What
I'm saying is, and I'll base this on a phone call that I had with the manager of Doral, who provided us the documentation and some of the information that they received from the county, is that they're moving forward with this, or proposing moving forward with this.
But have they approved it?
I have not had that discussion with all the other cities that we have in our county.
Okay. Can we kind of fast track this? I'm in agreement that unless there's some compelling reason that we have to do this right this second, we push it off to next week. We meet before the budget hearing and we figure it out then. And we ask Roseanne and the chief to bring back these answers to us, at least so we have some clarity. And if other municipalities haven't asked these questions, well, maybe it's just shame on them, whatever. But we are, I think they're relevant. And unless the sky's going to fall on us if we don't vote on it right now, I say we push it back to both of them. And we just pick this up next week and hopefully come to an agreement. I don't know how we enter an agreement like this without having all the facts. Not to mention that I didn't read the second one. Just going to put it out there. We just got it.
What do you recommend, Mr. Herron? You're muted.
Yeah, I'm certainly it's up to the commission. You know, I knowing how government works and how sometimes things are quick but at the same time slow. Putting it off till next week doesn't seem that's 7 days. I'm not. I don't think that everyone is going to submit have this agreement in place or these necessary agreements in place and submit their request for reimbursement to the point where there wouldn't be any money for the village to tap into. That's the best way I could answer it.
So the question from the commission is only in regards to the 1% hardship pay if it applies to the gross salary, right?
No, that's not it, Rosanna. The questions are, does it apply to all the benefits?
All the employees and all
the employee salaries, benefits associated like FICA and other things. And in addition to, does this cover all police personnel during their entire shift or only during COVID-related incidents? At the end of the day, again, I will repeat to you that whether you pass this or not, that we will not be retroactively giving anything to any employee until that clarification comes through. So passing this is not detrimental to this village.
But neither is not passing it.
Well, it'll delay our application process.
Yeah. A week. Roseanne, I would recommend that when you ask for clarification on these things, that you quote exact verbiage in the document. So pick up the quotes that I gave and some of the ones that Rox read, because it's very specific, and quote them back to them and say, we're questioning these things that we're pulling directly from your document.
You have
My
that?
suggestion. I don't get to tell you what to do.
Roseanne?
That's why I'm trying to clarify. So it's all, if it includes all police personnel and it's the gross salary, right?
And if it's if it's all the hours they work, or if it really is limited to, quote, time actually worked on COVID assignments, quote.
Chief, do you have COVID assignments on the police?
Yeah, in the document somewhere it says time actually worked on COVID assignments. I'll email it to you, Roseanne. I'll email it right now.
I got it. Mm-hmm.
You found it? Okay.
All right.
And then elsewhere it does say, quote, officers assigned to COVID-19 work.
Okay, we'll take a motion to do 2020-37, 2020-38, and put it off till next week at the budget.
Well, we have a motion on the floor, I believe, on 37 right now.
Okay, who made that motion?
I made the motion to approve.
Who?
Mayor, I have a motion from first from you and second by Commissioner Samaria on the resolution 2020-37.
Okay, can
Is that
we?
right, Mr. Herring?
If Commissioner Samaria agrees, he could withdraw his motion and substitute it with and the seconder the person who seconded it could agree to withdraw their second and then put a new motion on the table.
Okay, I believe it was me that made the motion.
Yes, you made the motion.
And I'll withdraw it and make a motion that we put it on for next week. Dan, will you withdraw your second and second this one?
My concern is that my biggest concern is that it's going to delay the application. If it's not going to delay, then I don't have a problem. But if it's going to delay application,
We don't know if there's a delay, but it's a vote. So, are you seconding it, or do we have a second for the new motion?
I'll second it.
Okay. All in favor? Aye.
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 Commissioner Tuda, did you aye?
Aye.
Commissioner Ross, did you say aye? Commissioner Ross, you're muted.
Yes, that's to delay to next week.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, the next business is,
So in the light of that, are we scheduling a special commission meeting for the August 13th?
right,
You might want to call that now. Yeah.
right. What time is it? What time's the budget meeting?
It's
6:30.
6:30.
Okay, it's 6:25. We'll meet for this.
I don't think we're going to get that done in 5 minutes, Ginny. I think that's ambitious.
Well,
Will, can
it's
you be there at
two.
6?
Commissioner Tuda can only make them at 6:30, so.
I can
We'll
get
adjust that
free.
issue first.
I can probably get free like around. I have to check with work. I can probably get free around 6:15.
Okay, 6:15.
But if I can get free, if I can cut loose at 6 o'clock, I can let Roseanne know.
Okay.
Why don't we schedule it for 6 o'clock and we can all hang out and wait for Will? I'd rather have us all confirmed for it than Roseanne scrambling to find us all and tell us to get there early.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine with that. If you
Does that
want to
make more
schedule for
sense?
6,
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes, go ahead, Roseanne.
We can start the special meeting at 6:30 and the workshop at 7.
That's true.
Is that okay?
I like that idea better.
I'm fine
Yeah,
with
that's
that.
better. That's better.
All 5?
So 6:30 it is?
6:30.
6:30 it is.
Okay.
Okay, the next old business.
No.
And that is,
Yes, the old business is Commissioner Ross asked for talk about the September 1st meeting.
I think under old business 10A, we have commissioner appointments to the committee, but I'm happy to preempt that if you.
Go for it, Rox.
10A, right.
10A? So are we going to take up 10A or my item about the meeting?
10A.
Oh, well, 10A is mine. Okay. So I'm sorry, Rox. I thought you were going to jump in and go ahead. Okay. So 10A is regarding the next steps for the selection process of village manager. To be clear, this is not an item that I added to the agenda. In conversations with Roseanne, I suggested that she remind you guys just to make sure everyone came with their selections this evening. And she asked me on Saturday if I would write the cover memo for her. She was working very hard on getting meeting stuff and things were coming in on the fly. Kind of felt bad for Roseanne this weekend. Things were showing up. But I said, of course, I'd be happy to help. So you're welcome. So I wrote this for Roseanne and I suggested that she put her name on it. And I don't think she wanted to put her name on my writing. So she said, no, Matt, keep your name on it. So my name's on it. So, yeah. So this is about the selection of commissioner nomination, commissioner appointments to the resident panel. And then I went ahead and I watched the video and I just detailed out the other things that we agreed regarding the selection process for the village manager. I put them all in here. And since there were some letters that need to go, emails that need to go out to people, I just took the liberty of writing the emails. I am not going to read this. And if Roseanne doesn't want to read the email, I just wrote the emails for her, included them there. I hope you all read them. You can make comments on them if you like. So regarding the selection process for village manager, we agreed that this evening everybody would come with their one appointment to the panel. So I'll skim this fast. It says one element of the process is that the applicants go to the Miami-Dade City and County Management Association. That's something Roseanne takes care of. But the second element of the process is the Committee of Residents. And each commissioner appoints one person, and then the chairs of the village boards and the foundation are invited, not required to participate. I wrote an email that Roseanne can use or model her email from to send to those people. And the third group that's invited are the qualified non-incumbent candidates for commissioner, and that would preclude Rox, Will, and myself from being on that panel should any of us decide to run for re-election. So I wrote that email for Roseanne as well. Again, I just took the liberty of doing it. So what we really need to do here is make our appointments to the board. I have mine ready. And Ginny, how do you want to proceed with us? I emailed mine into Roseanne and she said we would just do it verbally at the meeting. So how do you want to do this, Ginny?
We can do it one at a time with our our recommendation. Okay, I guess I'm first. Milton Hunter.
Noted.
Okay, I think Vice Mayor Kennedy, you're next.
Okay, I'm going to introduce you guys to someone that you may not know. So I'm going to read a little thing that I prepared here, and she's on the call here tonight. I'm nominating, it's a good thing, Ginny, because some of you are going to nominate people whose names are very familiar to people, and my nominee is not. Her name is Jill Grukin, and she lives in Biscayne Park with her husband, Omar Dodaro, and they've renovated a lovely home, and they have a 4-year-old daughter that they're raising here in the village, and I love that perspective being on the panel. But more importantly, Jill is a board-certified immigration attorney who manages her own firm in North Miami, and she specifically handles labor certifications for employers who are sponsoring employees for green cards. Her job entails writing job descriptions and requirements, researching prevailing wages and salaries, posting job ads, and vetting U.S. job applicants for the purpose of the required test of the labor market, all under the purview and supervision of the U.S. Department of Labor. I selected Jill because she has some very specific experience that I think will serve us very well on this committee. So I hope you all get a chance to meet Jill Grukin, my appointment to the panel.
Thank you. Commissioner Ross?
Commissioner Kenny, can you spell her last name, please?
Yep.
Her last name is spelled G as in George, R as in Roger, U, C like Charlie, A, N as in Nancy, Grukin. Jill.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Ross?
My appointment is Dan Keys for his municipal experience and many years of living and working in the village as well.
Okay. Commissioner Samaria?
I appoint Linda Dillon because she's lived in the village for a long time, and I think she would be best represent us. Thank you.
Commissioner Tudor?
Actually, I'm probably the only one here who does not have an appointment at this time.
Yeah, you can do it.
The residents I spoke to, I don't know how y'all were so lucky getting somebody to volunteer quickly. The residents I spoke to a handful of residents who have been so frustrated with the way some of these meetings have gone, they did not want to participate. But I'm waiting to hear back from, I have 2 additional people I'm waiting to hear back from. So I'm hoping to have that name to Roseanne tomorrow morning.
Okay, whenever. Okay, what's the next part of this?
Can I, Roseanne, when Will names his selection, can you email that out so we all have it, please?
Absolutely.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, so we did the first
Chairs
part.
of 4 village boards.
Yep, and if you guys just want to, if you even want to weigh in on those emails that I wrote, you're certainly welcome to.
Roseanne, do you want to give us the names of the 4 village boards, the chairpersons?
Okay, I'll get collect all the names and send.
Well, they're on the website, Ginny. You can find them on the website.
I know that. I know the names. Okay. Okay, and
I think Commissioner Ross wants to speak.
Yeah, just to comment on, Mac invited some comments and I wanted to talk about some of the details in the memo. Under paragraph 4, where you talk about the proposed dates for the committee's first organizational meeting on the 26th, and then suggest that they should have 2 additional virtual meetings. I think we can make it 1. I think they can make it 1 and then decide if they need additional meetings among themselves. I don't want to tie them up to 2 and it may not be necessary. In fact, I've always seen it done just with 1 meeting. I may be wrong, but you do say additional
on the
meetings.
panel that I sat on, we met like 3 times, I think, Rox. That's why I put it there. But
can't we let them decide? Can't we let the board decide themselves?
Yeah, can we say 1 meeting and then the parenthetical is there to say additional meetings can be set by the committee?
Right, let the committee do it.
Sure. But Rox, I'm sure you noted there that the first meeting that I'm suggesting they have on that date is an organizational meeting. They won't have candidates yet. They'll just get to decide who the chair is, set their other meeting date, decide how they're gonna vet. It's an organizational meeting. It will probably be very short. Of course, it'll be a public meeting, but
Right.
it'll be completely organizational and for them to meet each other.
Right. Yeah,
Okay.
so that means they will have 2 meetings and they may have more. They'll have the organizational, they'll have the review, and then they
Yes.
may have more.
Yeah.
One other comment I had, when we send the resumes to the professional and managers association, I'm pretty sure I had it before that they would come back with their top 5, not 10.
Yeah.
Even though there may be
Yes.
some overlap from the other committee, I think 5 will probably be more than what they're willing to suggest. So can we change that?
I didn't know they had a
It
number.
says,
Commissioner Ross?
it says 5 up there, Rox.
Um,
At the very top, it says background, the second paragraph, one element of that process. Go to the end of it, it says to submit its top 5 selections to the village.
I was under the impression that the organization, the management associations, they would give like qualification, right? Or
Right.
they're gonna select, they're gonna,
No,
Yeah.
no,
okay.
no, no.
I just anticipate them ranking the candidates that they receive.
Okay.
Yeah, and Rox is correct. I mean, I listened to the tape.
Yeah. And you got to be careful when you use the word ranking, because that kind of means something very specific. And I don't know that we need 1, 2, 3 from them, just 3 or 5 or whatever they're going to submit. I don't think we need to have it in any particular order from them.
So they're gonna do a selection.
Right.
Of their 5.
Right. Yeah, but it's all a recommendation, and it's not, we're not bound by it.
No. Our resident panel is going to turn over 10, and the professional panel is going to turn over 5. There may very well be overlap there, partially or completely. And those are the ones that we consider. And then there's that caveat that we could, by majority rule, pull someone else from the qualified list, and that's a separate topic. But yeah,
Right.
Rox, I'm sorry. Did I make a mistake somewhere, Rox? Because up at the top it says 5.
I was looking.
Did I write 10 somewhere else?
I was looking at the top of page 3.
Top of page 3.
So when it says
The first.
max 10, that you're still talking about the
Yeah.
committee?
Yeah, that's the email. If you go up to page 2, you'll see that's a proposed email to the board chairs, just explaining that they're being invited to a committee and what that committee will be doing. They're being invited to the resident panel.
Okay, so in that second paragraph at the top of page 3, the parenthetical says, a professional panel of local municipal managers will also do the same thing, but they're going to select 5.
Oh, yeah, okay, you're right. That makes it, that's bad wording. Okay, I'll fix that and send it back to Roseanne.
Okay, and then on a related note, not on your email, not on your agenda memo, but when I went to the advertisement as it's placed in the ICMA website, among the description details of the job, it says we're offering a salary of $75,000 to $90,000. I don't know where those
That's not what
numbers
we agreed to.
from.
Oh, no. I can explain that. The website requires to put like a range for the salary. And in order to send the advertisement, I just threw the numbers, which is come close to the salary approved at the budget. But
75.
Let me finish. But that numbers can be changed and anytime according to the commission, and also when you negotiate with the contract with the applicants approved, you also can negotiate that.
I'm afraid that a starting salary of 75 will chill some very qualified applicants. And I don't think we paid even the very first manager that the village had $75,000. The last couple of managers were paid 80, 82, 84. And the
was
interim
the-
manager was being paid 90, something like 94,000. So
75 was the minimum salary that they show there.
but it's not what we're paying.
I
So,
understand.
so someone reads this ad and they'll say, oh, they want to start me at 75. Well, forget that. And we'll have missed on a good candidate. So can we go into that ICMA website and correct that?
Sure.
Correct that salary to be, well, right now the proposed budget is up to 10. So I would say put the floor at what the last manager was making. I think it was 84, 85.
86.
86. So put it at 86 to 100.
Okay. We'll do it.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Anybody have any questions about that? Okay. Roseanne, I have a question for you really quickly. Go ahead, Will, you go first.
No, I was going to say question on which particular item, any, or just your memo in general.
Just, I guess, the memo in general. I wrote up the whole thing.
Okay. In general, just going in reverse, I agree with what Commissioner Ross stated, just to update those salary figures to give a better range for people who are interested in applying. I know we have, only thing I noticed in item 4, we have that date, and I know it's more for an organizational meeting, but once we identify the resident panel, I don't know if we want to have some flexibility. I don't know if we want to kind of tie them to a particular date, or if we want to have a little bit of flexibility with that panel, or when they want to have their, their meeting.
Well, the idea was just to suggest put a date there and say, let's do this date. And if anyone has a problem with it, and then of course Roseanne can just adjust it. It's not a hard and fast thing, but you have to start somewhere.
Yeah, I just want.
If she tries to poll everybody, it'll take her a week of Sundays to try to figure out who's available what day. Put a date. If anyone has a problem with it, she can adjust.
No, I'm just thinking because I'm just thinking that you may find some who will want to just jump straight into it once the resumes are in. They just want to go ahead and meet. They can quickly appoint a chair to the meeting and just move forward with the discussions on the the resumes. And then the only other thing, I know we have down 10, a maximum of 10 from the resident committee, 5 from the panel. I don't know if we want to just do 5 and 5 because we're still going to look at all the other applications. As commissioners, we're going to look at all the other applications that's been done in the past where we'll throw in names of people that didn't make the cut with the 2 panels. But I don't know if we just want to keep it 5 and 5 just to make it
Well, that's not something new that I added there. That's what we agreed to.
I know. I'm just bringing it
picked up what we agreed to.
Yeah, I'm just bringing it up again. And the only other thing is, I know you had provided some sample emails. So yeah, I have no problem with a lot of language in the sample email. Just I think given the manager flexibility to make whatever tweaks, changes she feels she needs to make to those emails, I don't want to kind of make her feel that that's the hard and fast email.
That's why I used the word proposed at the top of each one and thought I made it clear when I introduced this item that it was, I wrote them for her and she's able to use them or not at her discretion. She's the boss.
Well, I just want to
help her out.
Yeah, I just want to bring that up again because typically that's not something we have traditionally done. So I just want to, make that abundantly clear.
Can I suggest something? I kind of agree with Will that 10, I don't think we should hold any committee to submit 10 applicants. And maybe we could say up to 10 because we don't want people.
I thought it said up to 10.
Okay. Madam, point of order, Madam Mayor.
No.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Just to update in that as of today, we have, and the clerk can we have 11 applications. Am I correct, Madam Clerk?
That's great.
So
Yeah.
we have 11 applications so far. So we, I mean, we still have time.
That's great.
To the deadline that hopefully it will go past the 11. But if it doesn't go past the 11, then we really don't need to have up to 10.
Okay, guys, it says, I mean, we're really just kind of splitting hairs here, but third paragraph, a second element of that process, to submit no more than 10 candidates. No more than 10. They can give us one if they wanted to. It says no more than 10. It's really pretty clear.
Any other comments? Are we going to do this in the form of a motion, or is this just? What do you suggest, Roseanne?
I would like to have a motion to go with the languages on the cover memo. Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Kennedy, would you like to make your motion?
Yeah, sure. I closed up the screen by mistake. Sorry. I make a motion that let me open the calendar and find my place because I closed up the document. Sorry about that. I make a motion that we pass agenda item 10A, commission appointment of committee member, 10A, commission appointment of committee member selection process, and that we instruct Roseanne to invite the other people that are specified in there, and that we have just made our appointments, except Will's going to turn his in tomorrow or at some point.
When he has it. Okay. Do we have a second for that? I'll second it. Okay. I'll second it, Roseanne.
All right.
Is all in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. Next item.
Oh, Lord.
I think that was my new item that I slipped in there on old business.
Okay, yes.
We have a commission meeting on September 1st, and we have at that meeting there is an item schedule that was advertised and distributed by mail, which is the solid waste assessment. So it's important that that meeting go forward on September 1st so that we don't lose the that advertisement. But unfortunately, I am scheduled for surgery that day, so I will not be attending that meeting. And as a courtesy for being a long-term commissioner that's never missed a commission meeting, I would ask my fellow commissioners to defer any other substantive item of discussion to the September 8th meeting, which is also scheduled for the first hearing of our budget. So that's my request. If we could defer items from the regular meeting of the commission to that first hearing on September 8th.
Does anybody have a problem with that? I don't think there's a problem with that. Roseanne?
Just reminding that it was our initial idea to have both meetings on the same day, September 8th, which the budget applies for the clean calendar. But, yes, it's perfectly.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have already advertised for the sanitation assessment to be September 1st, so
yeah,
that has to be kept. But
we can re-advertise on the newspaper, but the notice that is going to this went to the residents, the owners. It's going out already.
We received it on Saturday.
We received it already.
Yeah. Yeah, we can advertise.
So Rox, what you're saying is, Rox, you're saying we would have the sanitation meeting only on the 1st, the meeting that you missed, and that we push the commission meeting back to the 8th? Is that what you're asking?
That's my request.
Okay. I can do that. It's going to be a very ambitious September 8th meeting with the commission meeting and the and the budget hearing. But I'm in for the long haul. I'm cool with that, unless you guys want to push the budget hearing to the next night or a different night that week. If you want to separate them, I'll be very happy to.
The budget here, we cannot change.
Has to
you
go
know,
on the 8th.
Because it's
But
already,
you could change the commission meeting.
yeah.
I'll go along with
Why don't we
the,
just make the commission meeting on the,
nope,
how about if we change the commission meeting to the 9th?
no, we'll leave that on the 8th.
Okay, so the question I'm asking, Madam Mayor, on September 1st, we're having what? Just the
Solid waste,
solid waste?
right.
Is that a pretty quick thing?
I have no idea.
I know there's public comment. I anticipate a lot of public comment. Rox, is that a long meeting typically?
It's usually heard with a regular commission meeting, so no, it's not always, it's not.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, no
You got it.
problem, Roseanne,
So
we'll
the 8th
change that. September 8th, we'll have a first hearing of the budget and the commission meeting.
And I think we have the second hearing of the budget is also in September, so we're gonna have a third meeting in there.
Yeah.
That anything that needs
Yeah.
to roll over can roll to that one.
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay, very good.
Thank
Okay.
you very much.
Good luck with your surgery, Rox.
Thank
We need
you.
a motion, we need a motion and, so it's all.
Okay. I make a motion that we have September 1st only, the solid waste discussion.
Okay.
Okay, do we have a second on that, Rox?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Virtual commission meeting, Vice Mayor Kennedy.
Okay, so this is a pretty important thing, and I'm not going to read the whole thing. I am going to assume that all of you did your homework on this one and read what I wrote. But the quick background is that, you know, we're having these Zoom meetings now. And I think we're getting pretty good at them, quite frankly. And we were tripping over ourselves there at the beginning, but we're pretty good now. But one of the benefits of this is that our meetings are now attracting, in my opinion, and from judging what I see in the meetings, not only are we attracting more people to the meetings, but we're attracting people who I've never seen at a meeting before, not just since I became commissioner, but since I've moved to the village and started attending meetings. So the convenience of attending via Zoom is certainly appealing to people. And I know there are some people with mobility issues that can't get to the log cabin for an in-person meeting, and they're attending the meetings. And specifically the parents of young children, I've heard from some of them, and there's some of them on here. I'm looking at them right now on the screen. And I, told them you'll be muted, so your kids running around in the background don't faze us. So I think it's great that these meetings are appealing to not only more people, but to different people than we normally see. Not that I don't love seeing all the regular cast of characters. I used to be one of you, and I may be again soon. So I'm happy to see you guys as well. But I'm really happy to see some new faces and hear fresh voices and things. So here's what I'm recommending. I'm recommending that we agree now, that after the governor tells us that we can no longer we will again be required to meet in person and have an in-person quorum, that we formalize a way to include Zoom participation in the meetings. And here's what I'm thinking. Rather than put a camera at the back of the room, the way we record the meetings now, and have the room recorded and having people at home on Zoom seeing just one shot of the whole room and all of us on the dais, there is enormous benefit to seeing these faces on the screen. And I have to say, it's a benefit to me as a commissioner, because where I sit at the meetings between John and Will, the only people I see are John and Will on the dais. I can't see anybody else unless I bend over backwards or forwards to see the rest of you. So I gain from seeing all of you up close when you speak and watching how you act when I speak. And I think there is benefit for the community as well to see us. Like right now, people are listening to me and thinking, oh my God, how long is it going to take this man to actually get this out of his mouth? But I'm going to use my full 5 minutes on this because it's important. So I think the solution here that's best for residents is that everybody show up with their device. And if anyone has a device issue, then hopefully the village can step in and assist. And I'll just speak to, I'm holding my laptop in my hand right now. That's why it's moving around. Bring my laptop, I set it up, and the camera's on, the mic's on, but the audio is off, so no sound is coming out of my laptop, and I conduct the meeting as I normally do. I conduct my meeting off my laptop anyway, So people at home who Zoom into the meeting, people in the log cabin are participating as normal. People at home are seeing us on the screen exactly the way they're seeing us now. We'll just be sitting on the dais. And you can do this on a laptop, a tablet. You can even do it on your Village Page phone. You can put Zoom on that and prop that up and do it right from your Village phone. But that way, people at home are not just seeing a shot of the room and trying to figure out what the hell is going on. Oops. But they're seeing us up close talking. They're seeing us engage and up close and personal. After a while, we'll forget those things are even there. But then that the additional camera be set up at the public speaking podium with a microphone. So people who speak during public comment or at any point that we allow comment, they are seen at home as well. So anyone speaking is on camera, and all the people attending at home are little boxes on their screen. So basically, it would look very much like it is now, except that the manager, the attorney, the clerk, the 5 elected officials are shown on screen in the log cabin, and the public speaking podium is there empty unless someone's talking, and everybody from home has a choice of whether they have their camera on or off. Right now, I'm looking at Linda Dillon, and she's not showing herself, but I see Bob Anderson's face. So people at home have a choice whether they're seen or not. The only real thing that John Herron may have to weigh in on here, I'm sure he has opinion on a bunch of stuff I just said, but would be whether we would allow, whether we're allowed to allow and would allow people to make public comment from home. So the way everyone here tonight was able to make public comment, would we allow that for people who Zoom in to the meeting? So that's my proposal, is that we take the success that we have with Zoom and we bring it into the log cabin with us so we can keep on getting more people into these meetings and engage more residents. It's an enormous benefit to this village. It certainly is to me, because they call me, they email me, they text me before the meetings, after the meetings. I'm hearing from a lot of different people that I've never known before because of this Zoom thing.
Is that a motion? Are you making a motion? Vice Mayor Kennedy?
I make a motion on everything in item 11A.
Okay, do we have a second on that?
I second that.
Okay, discussion?
Commissioner, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Problem of, you might know I'm not muted. Okay, good.
Go ahead.
Problem with having all the computers in the log cabin, everybody having their computers, you're gonna have a lot of static. I had it when I had my computer in the log cabinet, and I'm also having it like I'm in the clerks in this office, a closed door, and the mayor sat out in the desk in the conference area. We had too much of a static, and I think that's going to be a problem. I think that we can solve this thing with the live streaming that we had in the past, which is the same thing as having your Zoom. We had live streaming with video. It was done. I've done that in the past. It worked. And the public comments can be open. I just don't think that having the computers, everybody having their computer in the log cabin is going to work. I think that's
true. It was terrible when you put the computer in the log cabin.
And I was just in there by myself.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was Dan's computer issue.
Huh?
No, they changed computers. They changed computers and it was still the same.
I changed the computer and it still did it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was not very conducive to the log cabin. Commissioner Royce?
Yeah, I think we can test it out. It sounds like we all agree on the concept of continuing to Zoom meetings. So
right. I don't think there's a problem with that. I do think that, hopefully we really couldn't have used it if we get the same feedback that we got from Commissioner Samaria, and that was 2 different computers.
There's 2 different computers. Now, if I'm understanding correctly, you're saying to do the Zoom meeting, but there's still being everybody has to show up at the log cabin, right?
Right.
Yeah, okay, then I don't have a problem with that. Yes. The only problem I would have is in reference to whether or not the videos will work. As long as everybody eating at the log cabin, because according to the Inspector General, Attorney General, to have quorum, you have to be done in person. So
right. Commissioner Tudor, do you have any comments on that?
Well, I think Commissioner Ross was still speaking.
Thank you. Thank you. Right, definitely when the order is lifted by the governor, you need to have a quorum in person. But it also facilitates for a commissioner who may be out of town or on somewhere else to dial in.
No,
As long as you have that in-person
Good
forum,
point.
that's what the law requires. You know, with regard to the technicalities of it, I think we can work with Caesar and test it out and see if it can happen. I kind of like, you know, the sound on the old Zooms was just terrible. You can hardly make out what was being said. So this way, having the speaker right in front of you, having the mic right in front of you that picks up the sound will be, I think, a much higher quality Zoom video.
We have
Point of order,
Rox,
Madam
you
Mayor.
just said something I want to repeat back. I'm sorry, I want to repeat something back to Rox. Rox, you just made a really good point. I want to make sure I really understood it because I didn't know that. You're saying that 3 people show up at the log cabin in person, that's the quorum to open the meeting, conduct the meeting, but the other 2 who are traveling wherever they're traveling and couldn't be there, they could still attend and participate in the meeting.
But they can't vote.
That's correct.
And they vote. Can they vote?
No,
Yes.
they cannot. No, they
Yes.
cannot.
Yes.
No,
Well,
because we had, Madam Mayor, pardon the point of order. We had
no,
two,
you can interrupt me, but go ahead.
I'm sorry, you're making a point that is not true. Commissioner Jenny and Commissioner Harvey, they could not vote. Yeah, Harvey could not vote. They can participate over the phone, but they could not vote.
Mr. Samaria, I
Why
think
don't we ask our attorney?
Our attorney, because I don't think that you're correct. It might have been a different issue that prohibited them from voting, but I don't think that you're correct.
Go ahead.
John?
Mr. Turner, can you answer that?
It's not even case law. It's the Attorney General opinions, which are advisory in nature, have historically stated that in order for there to be a council meeting to take official action, there has to be physically present a majority of council members, commissioners to constitute a quorum. From time to time, under exigent circumstances and at the request of individual council members or commissioners, yes, they can appear by phone and participate in the meetings, but the guidance on that issue has generally been it's because they're sick, they have some type of medical issue, they are potentially on vacation or unable to attend in person because of no direct reason of their own. And in those limited circumstances, the Attorney General opinion has stated then it is appropriate and those individuals can appear by phone or Zoom or, obviously with technology being what it is today, by any means, and they can participate in the meeting remotely.
But can they vote?
Can they vote?
Yes.
They can't vote.
Yes, they can.
I'll go with the attorney on this one, Dan. Nothing personal.
No, you're wrong. Because I know for a fact that the 2 commissioners could not, they were told by our attorney that they could not vote. They complied.
I don't know. I don't know what attorney provided that, when they did it, but if they said it publicly, I'm sure the clerk can find the minutes or the video, and
Yes,
I'll take a look at it.
Okay, it was said publicly because I was at the commission meeting.
Okay, I think we're all in agreement with this, if we can get this worked out.
Can we hear from Caesar just a minute, Mayor, so he can give his opinion on the technical?
Sure. Caesar, are you on?
Yes.
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay.
How are you doing? Hello, how are you guys doing tonight?
Just go on with the question.
I'd have to seriously research everything. I'm not going to say it's impossible at the moment until I actually find out the technicality of everything. But it is something that we can definitely look into. I don't see any reason why we can't.
Okay, so that answers the question.
Let's vote on this
Okay.
and move on.
Okay, do we have a motion on that?
We do already.
We do have Vice Mayor and Commissioner Ross. We do
Okay.
have to vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 I only support this if the problems can be solved. with the law.
Well, we can't have it if the problems can't be solved, so it's okay, Dan. Right?
Is that a yes or no, Dan?
Madam Mayor, Chief Cabrera,
Yes.
I want to interrupt something. I just
Go
want to
ahead,
say
Chief.
this before you complete your vote. I think what Commissioner Samaria is bringing up is realistic. I think this is something you may want to table till we get either an IT tech person or we've had a lot, in order to configure that cabin, in order to be able to do this, we don't want to give an expectation to residents that this may or may not occur without doing extensive research or doing finding out what technology can be implemented into that cabin. I don't know if that is something that can even be done at this point, especially like the commissioner said, they were having problems with the laptops, the zooming was distorted. I think we have to be careful with giving that sort of impression.
Well, first of all, we don't know how.
I mean, look,
We don't have any idea.
if I may,
how
this is
going to go on. So I don't know
Yeah.
that we would want to call in an IT specialist, et cetera, right now. Because,
Look, if I may, this is my item. Let's try to wrap this up and get a vote and move on. We have other things to do. This is pretty easy stuff, guys. Yeah.
Yeah, we already took a
we
vote.
did take a vote. You're right. So it's already done. We already took a vote. So
We took a vote.
we approved it. We'll move on, and they'll let us know if there's a problem and they can't do it. And we'll try. But let's all go into it with a can-do attitude.
All right, next item.
We'll figure it out.
So
Okay.
5-0 or
Correct. Did you-
4-1? Commissioner Samaria?
I still say we're gonna have a problem with the log cabin, and we had this before. I'll vote only yes, under the condition that we fix the problem. If we have it like we had before, when I had the streaming in the log cabinet, people couldn't hear it. I think it's gonna be a major problem, but I'll vote for it right now. Just to be sure that it's,
We already moved on to you.
Okay.
We moved on to your item, Dan. You're up.
5-0. Okay. All right.
okay, I put,
Mayor, you can move on.
okay, this is.
go ahead, Commissioner Samaria.
This is my item. A lot of the backup explains it, but I'm going to just, we need to follow Robert's Rules of Order. That's number one. That states the chair recognizes speakers before they can talk. Everybody talks once before the person can talk for a second time through the chair. Too often people just start talking without going through the chair and arguing with people who have already speak, meaning talking with people that have already speak. When a commission item comes up for discussion, it should be presented in such a manner that it does not require constant repetition. Every one of us has a responsibility to keep our items simple and to the point. There is no reason that we cannot point in less than 5 minutes, which was brought out tonight. We as commissioners need to hold each other accountable and treat each other and staff and residents with respect. The village has an account on Nextdoor, and they put all the information for the residents. Discussions with the attorney, where we need to have a discussion with the attorney where the responsibility and your authority starts with the commission. We need to focus on people's business, not personal politics and personal agenda and grudges. We need to stop acting like children and throwing tantrums when we don't get our way. I do not think it is necessary or proper for commission to be put on the same information on the village because that can get political. I'm talking about our next door. According to the charter, we are not supposed to manage the manager. When a commissioner does this, it makes a mistake. It can cost the village money. Recently, The next door, the commissioner said that he was asked by staff to post information for additional businesses. This is not the commissioner's job. When the staff needs to get official information out to the residents, it should come from staff, not commissioners. The reason for this is that we might get the wrong information by mistake out to the residents. We as commissioners have a duty to set goals for ourselves, for the betterment of the village, not to set goals for the administration. That is not our responsibility. That is commonly called micromanaging and interfering with the operation of the administration. Thank you. But I also like to have the attorney give us, the question I asked, the attorney to give us, what the responsibilities of commission. Discuss with the attorney where the responsibility and authority starts with stop.
Before you speak, John, if I can just say something, that I think we've made a step in the right direction tonight. And I believe that none of us can go on next door because that would be a conflict of sunshine, because Commissioner Vice Mayor Kennedy is already on it. So I think that's an issue that we should really pay attention to. Commissioners don't belong on next door. Go ahead.
I don't think you have the authority to say that, Ginny. I'm not sure you got that right.
No, I think that.
Speak to our lawyer.
I don't think you can limit anyone where they talk. I'm sorry, but we'll have John weigh in on this. But you certainly cannot tell me that I cannot post things on Nextdoor. My goodness.
Madam Mayor, point of
Yes,
order.
Commissioner
I had a discussion with the attorney on that particular subject. So I'd like to have the attorney address it.
Yeah.
His answer is it's freedom.
If I may, Mayor and Commissioners, the Vice Mayor Kennedy is aware of the conversations and the emails that he and I have had with regard to posting on social media platforms. And you know, I really now's not the time nor the place to necessarily go in that conversation. And I've also had communications with all of you about a number of instances where inadvertently a commissioner may have posted information on a social platform, and then either another commissioner inadvertently has copied it, or in some instances, residents have taken some of that information and then communicated it to all of the other commissioners. And I've admonished all of you about having to be careful about those types of communications and making sure that you don't hit the reply all button in order to comply with the Sunshine Law. As Commissioner Kennedy has indicated, everyone does have the right under the First Amendment to say or post whatever they do. With that said, again, all of you are very aware that as elected officials, you are also constrained by the Sunshine Law. And I've instructed each of you all individually and collectively how and what you need to do in order to comply with that when it comes to using social media or other types of platforms to potentially communicate information to other elected officials. So I'm not trying to be evasive, but it's territory that's been gone over extensively with each and every one of you all. With regard to the issue of the rules of procedure and Robert's Rules of Order, as I said before at the beginning of the meeting, or when this first was briefly discussed, you do all your charter and your code does have a provision that says that the commission is supposed to adopt rules of procedure for itself. There have been attempts over the years, as I understand it, to do that. There are some resolutions that have been adopted that talk about some of these issues. But ultimately, prior to me being appointed as your interim attorney, my predecessor, at the direction of the previous council or commission, actually took the steps to prepare and put before the commission an ordinance establishing those rules of procedure. And, I have suggested to you all that I don't think that it's prudent to do that in the form of an ordinance because of the limitations that creates for you all when you or future commission maybe wants to change those rules and can't do it, until 2 months go by because it's an ordinance as opposed to a resolution. With that said, in the absence of any particular specific rule of procedure, as a general rule, most local governments default to Robert's Rules of Order. And for the most part, that is what this commission, in its various forms, even before this one, has followed, as I understand it, and I personally have observed and assisted. So, Robert's Rules of Order, I will tell you, if you have not looked at or seen a copy of Robert's Rules of Order in its unabridged form, in paperback, it's about 700 pages and covers, every eventuality that a collegial body may run into and has very detailed rules on what should or shouldn't happen. And for the most part, Robert's Rules of Order itself recognizes that it's a document or a set of rules that is not well suited for small legislative bodies such as yourself and small governments. It's really designed to control and govern the operation of state legislatures, obviously the U.S. Senate and other large bodies of that nature. I have regularly recommended to all of my municipal clients that if they do want to adopt rules of procedure, that they do an abbreviated version of Robert's Rules of Order because it's much easier to follow, much easier to refer to than having to dig through 700 pages for some obscure rule that may apply in a particular circumstances. And that's what we have attempted to accomplish through the drafting of the rules of procedure that are going to come back to you at your next meeting. Again, in the absence of the adoption of those rules, we'll continue to operate the way we have and when appropriate, refer to the Robert's Rules of Order.
Can I ask you, John, do you have a copy of the revised edition, the short form of that?
Well, the short form is a paperback that's about.
Oh, it's not 3 pages. Okay.
Yeah, it's not. It's still fairly voluminous, the version, and again, there are redacted versions and others, and again, many places adopt a variations of it to suit your particular needs.
Okay. Commissioner Samaria, is that a motion or was that just a discussion?
I think we need to have a discussion. Our meetings are going on way too long. That's number one, to short phrase it. And we're not being respectful to each other on this commission. And I just think that we have to figure out a way. Now, part of it, with all due respect, Madam Mayor, is you. You're the chairperson. You get to run the meeting and you get to control the meeting. So part of that is on you. But I just think that these meetings are way too long. It's already 10:36 and we got about less than a half hour for a meeting. We're not even finished with it yet. So there's got to be a better way of having better communications on this commission. I think so far tonight with the 5-minute rule, it seems to have worked. So that part,
I haven't used it.
I'm like to, especially see that, and so far, it has worked. But I just think we have to figure out a way. I've been trying to figure out what we have done as a commission, and I say we because I am on this commission. I don't think we have accomplished much since this commission has
That's true. That's true.
And I think that that's an embarrassment to us as a commission because the residents are not happy with it. We don't have to continue to put 10 items on. I'm not saying that that happens, but 10 items on there just to have an item on there to be spoken. I think we just have to come up with, work together as a commission because we don't work for us, we work for the residents. And I just think that, you know, people are turning off the meetings and there's a reason.
Okay, but the September meeting, John, you have the,
That's gonna have to be September 8th, right? Because we moved everything from the September 1st.
that'll be the September, yeah.
The rules, as you all directed me to revise them, are ready to go. They've already been forwarded to the clerk for her to put on an upcoming agenda as you all direct.
Did you put the 5-minute rule in for the Robert's Rules of Order?
No, ma'am, I did not. There were, and I'll tell you why. And you'll see it in the agenda cover memo. There was a lot of discussion when those rules came back to you as to whether or not that had been directed to me or not. And so I went back and I put together the rules of procedure very specifically as to what I was directed to make the changes. But I very specifically in the agenda cover memo state that it is within the discretion of the commission to put in a time limit if that is what you wish to do as a majority commission. They are your rules. I want to make that very specific and very clear. They're not mine, they're yours, and you all can tell me or any future attorney what you want in those rules and what you don't want. And if a time limit is, you all believe as a majority of a commission believe a time limit is appropriate, then please direct me and I'll put that in the final draft.
I think we voted for that tonight.
No, yeah.
Well, if the commission's direction to do that, then we'll make that change.
Okay, thank you. So
like
then we don't have to vote on your
No, this is
memorandum. We'll discuss that further at the rules.
This is a discussion where I'd like to have a discussion with the rest of the commissioners. That's all this is, a discussion tonight. And
Okay, can we move on then from the discussion?
yes, let's go to
Okay.
the other commissioners.
I think that,
No, we're not we have to.
Are we moving on to the next item?
This is the discussion.
Yeah, I think some of us want to comment.
okay,
Yes.
go ahead, Commissioner Tudor.
Yeah, real quick. I think what we've been seeing with the commission meetings is partly a result of not having those procedures in place. So I'm glad to see that coming back next month. Hopefully everybody will vote to put those in place, including structures like time limits. So it'll be a very interesting discussion next month regarding, because the comments regarding social media were brought up. As the attorney and as Vice Mayor Kennedy says, freedom of speech, you have a right to put whatever you want. I just want to remind all the commissioners that when you use a platform like that and you're conducting what appears to be commission business, those records, those communications need to be sent to the village because those are part of public records. And I think we need to be very careful that we don't trip up on that aspect of it. That was
Okay, any other comments?
Commissioner Rossi, you're muted. Okay.
I think we're going to have this discussion about meeting rules. As the attorney says, it's coming back to us to discuss. But after reading that memo that was attached to the backup of the agenda, it brought to mind sort of how the malfunction of our meetings kind of came to a peak at the meeting where the former interim manager shouted me down when I had the floor, and the chair allowed that person to proceed and take control of the meeting. I think that might have been our worst hour, and tonight was an example of how the complete opposite of that. And we seem to be working through things, even though we didn't all agree, but got through the agenda, and with very little left to go, I hope we finish it up.
Okay. Commissioner Samaria, you talked already. Commissioner Kennedy, Vice Mayor Kennedy, do you wish to make a comment on this?
Sure, I'll say a couple of things. I mean, I guess I probably should. You probably should have named this after me, Dan. So just to be clear to all the folks watching at home, if they aren't really clear, this is not a general topic. This is aimed squarely at Vice Mayor McDonald Kennedy, trying to get him to talk less. So first, the mayor started the meeting by saying, 5-minute rule. That was because that's because I contributed more to this agenda than all the other commissioners combined, quite frankly. And she knew that I would basically take over this meeting because I put items on the agenda. Isn't that what our job is? So first she tried to shoot me down and saying 5-minute rule, whatever. Then she didn't enforce it. So Chair, run your meeting. I've said it to you before. A big part of the problem is you can't run a meeting. If we really want to make these more efficient, and I don't mean this to be flip, the best suggestion I can make in this regard is, Ginny, you step down from being mayor and we pick someone else. I would nominate Rox in a second. She's correcting you on how to run a meeting many, many times a night. And she's not the only one. So Ginny, part of the problem in meetings not running well is the fact that you're running them. So if you really intend to make things better, perhaps you should step down until November, watch Rox do the job, learn from her, and then if you're mayor again, you can do a better job. But that's part of the problem. The other part of the problem is, let's just cut right to the chase. Dan, you don't have a voice anymore. You're frustrated that you don't have a voice on this commission.
No,
and that's not because I contribute to, excuse me, Dan, I'm talking.
Right.
So the problem is that I contribute more and I do my homework and I come prepared and I'm doing my job. I think I do a pretty good job of it, quite frankly. And you have lost your voice. And I sit there and watch you. I made a comment about it, a little snarky comment a little while ago about what it's like to watch people on Zoom. Because very often when I talk, Dan Samaria, you're flailing around, looking all frustrated and acting quite frankly ridiculous and unbecoming a commissioner. I'm talking, Ginny.
It's not supposed to be personal.
It's not personal. I'm stating facts. I'm stating facts. And if he doesn't want to hear it, then he shouldn't have brought this topic up. Because he knew this was coming right at him. Come on, he's not dumb.
This is the whole purpose of why I brought this up.
So Dan, find your voice.
You know, I have my voice.
Everyone finds their voice on here. I found mine, you find yours, okay? That's what this really comes down to. And here's some specific things that we could do to make the meetings run along a little better.
Yeah, you not talk too much.
Dan, get ready to make your comments in a more concise way. Make sure your audio is always working. Dan, we spend an inordinate amount of time in these meetings explaining to you what we're talking about. And I'm sorry to be so blunt, but you put this item on the agenda, so now you're going to hear it. We spend a lot of time explaining to you what we're talking about. And we spend a lot of time helping the mayor keep the meeting moving along. Tonight, we had substantive conversations about really important things, and we came to decisions. We may not all have agreed, but we all got our points out without watching a clock, and we had votes, and we got the job done. This is what it's like to be an elected official. They disagree, they debate, they defend, they make a decision, and they compartmentalize it, and they move on. So really, Dan Samaria, I would challenge you to find your voice on this commission and worry less about all of those things. Because tonight, I think we did a pretty damn good job until we got to this item. And this was a complete waste of time, if you want to ask me. Complete waste of time. And I'm looking at other things that are coming up. So I think we need to wrap this up and move on because we have some really important things. And we will be extending this meeting, by the way. Who cares? I'm concerned about quality, not the time spent. So let's get the rest of this thing wrapped up. I have a lot of questions for our new interim manager about some really important things that are going on that are a lot more critical to this village and its residents than this silly item that you put on our agenda. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Do you have, no.
No,
Excuse
Madam
me.
Mayor, I have a comment. Making accusations, I have a right to comment on it.
I
Okay?
would suggest that you don't comment on it.
I don't know who this commissioner thinks that he's the, I've been hearing this statement from a lot of not a lot, from certain residents that if I don't agree with them, I'm no good. I have as much voice on this commission than he does. Okay. And I've always treated him with respect. And he hasn't listened to what I said tonight about treating other commissioners with respect. His comments that he's made is out of line. Okay. I come to this meeting prepared. And I had trouble with the mic was because of the log cabin. So to say that you have to correct me on so many things, you're full of crap. Okay. And I'm not going to tolerate.
What happened with treating each other with respect?
Yes, and I haven't gotten
Exactly.
what I'm trying to make. I
Okay.
have gotten respect.
I think everybody needs to take a deep breath and everybody needs to treat everybody with respect.
It's kind of funny if I'm bringing up that a commissioner is doing something. Yes, I said to treat with respect, and I haven't done anything tonight that has been disrespectful or any time on this commission been disrespectful to Commissioner Kennedy. I think he needs to hear exactly what he said tonight. That was disrespectful. And that's the only point I'm trying to make. I brought this item up to have a discussion amongst the commissions. It's not to have an agenda item, it's to have a discussion. And it doesn't seem to work because Commissioner Kennedy didn't listen to what I just said about having a discussion.
Okay, Commissioner Tudor, do you have
I
anything?
thought we were having a discussion.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Madam Mayor?
you
Vice Mayor
have
Kennedy
anything
was
to-
talking.
Do you have anything to say about this issue?
I think it's a pretty sad state of affairs. I think the problem is there is a lack of respect amongst some members of the commission. I think everybody needs to, it's okay to disagree, but be respectful. You don't have to lecture other commissioners. You don't have to belittle other commissioners. I think that is bad form. And I think we need to lead by example. And I think that is not the example we should be showing the residents.
Do I have any time left on my 5 minutes?
Go ahead, Commissioner Ross.
We've been having this discussion for 25, and I really don't see us making any progress. Starting from the get-go, it was a personal attack, and starting from the item that's attached to the backup of the agenda, it was clearly not intended to bring about any kind of consensus. It was just to point out one person's ideas of someone else's inefficiencies or deficiencies, and we've just blown 25 minutes of time that we could have used really more productively.
Okay, cool.
I didn't hear a motion to take us anywhere, for it to become any kind of an action item, and I think we should just close it up and go on to the next.
It's not an action item. Okay, the next is the reports. Our village attorney, you're up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Let me start by bringing you all up to date on the issue of the Gray Robinson invoices. I've already had some conversations with several of you. I'll bring all the rest of you up to speed. I've had some communications with Gray Robinson. I have indicated to them very clearly that at the commission's specific direction, that there are certain invoices that they have submitted and that are currently pending, that the Council Commission was not going to pay any of them. And primarily those are the ones related to the Commissioner Samaria lawsuit, as well as other questionable time entries that you all individually and collectively voiced your concerns to me over the last couple months. Here's where we stand. As of this afternoon, it appears that we have reached an agreement in principle where the village will pay the sum of $12,500 to Gray Robinson for services rendered up through the end of February. That is about $15,000 less than what the total is. Let me get the total. If you give me a moment, I think the total is 15.7 thereabouts. Maybe no, I'm sorry, 27. Give me a moment. So if this commission so approves, I will formalize that and get Gray Robinson to agree that that will be full payment for all services rendered, that there will be no further invoices or any further claims made against the village for fees and costs that were incurred by Gray Robinson up through their resignation, and would request a motion to that effect so I can finalize that issue.
And that's eliminating all of the summary.
Yes, the bulk of the money, or the, I'll call it discount that we've requested is in the form of about just slightly over $10,000 that is represented by Commissioner Samaria's invoices, or for the lawsuit involving Commissioner Samaria. So that will be zeroed out. I made it very clear and very unequivocal that that was off the top, so to speak.
So if I understand, that means the commission will pay the balance of that?
No, we're discounting it
No,
20%.
discount it, yes, so it'll be 10,000, the bill was 20-something thousand dollars, 25, 27. So we're saying that minus the 10,000, we're gonna pay the rest of that?
Right, well, John has that. Right.
No, we're going to pay them $12,500 out of the $27,000 that we owe them. That's more than 50% discount.
I make a motion that we settle the outstanding invoices with Gray Robinson by paying them $12,500, and it's like a home. They're not gonna sue us for it. They're not gonna collect anything from us. We go away. We're divorced and move on.
I second it.
We have a vote?
Everybody in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Kennedy, you're muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was trying to ask a question. Let me ask it really quickly. John, is there any need or desire on our part to have them sign something acknowledging this is payment in full and don't come back?
My email to them, subject to the vote, is the village will forward the payment by the end of this week. Please confirm by reply email that said payment is in full satisfaction of all past and current invoices from Gray Robinson for fees and costs rendered on behalf of the village of Biscayne Park.
Beautiful.
So that's it. That's it.
Okay.
Commissioner Samaria, you didn't say yes.
Well, I still have questions on the balance that they have out.
Okay, I'm
What is
here
it?
to
Because
answer.
I don't have it in front of it. I mean, you're telling me it's 20, what is it? What's the total? 20, what's the total bill was how much?
The total bill, hold on, give me, I'm sorry, I had it open for a moment there and then I went away from it.
It was 27 and change, you said.
27 and change. So we minus the 10,000, their balance would be 17,000. Of the 17,000, we're gonna pay only 12,000. So only 5,000 of the 17,000 that we're questioning, correct?
The amount that was due was just at $26,000.
Right.
We are going to pay them $12,500.
Okay, yes. I just think it's, okay, yes.
Okay.
Okay. Is there any other, Mr. Herron?
Yes, I'm going to take a little bit out of order an item that's on the manager's report, which is because several questions have come about and comments were made during public comment, and I've had communications with a number of you regarding the status of the solid waste RFP. The document was forwarded to me by staff last week. At the beginning of last week, I've been working on it, and ultimately have to tell you that it needed, based upon my review and comments I received from a number of you, significant revisions, and in order to make it conform to what you currently have and what presumptively you want to continue to have. And so that is why the document has not been made available to those who may be requesting it to submit a proposal, but it will be finished as you all have been talking this evening. I have been working on it. Yeah, one of you all just asked. It's 10:57. Probably be appropriate to make a motion to extend.
Make a
Make a
motion.
motion to extend the meeting to 11:30.
Second.
Beat your rocks.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Herron.
No, got to vote. We got to vote on the motion.
Oh, all in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. So to finish up the comments, I've been working with a number of you who have provided comments regarding some of the deficiencies. And what I would ask is, if it's okay with the commission as a whole, is to designate kind of as a liaison to help me finish the document, because of her historical knowledge of the village and the Waste Pro agreement when it was last put out to bid, is to designate Commissioner Ross to assist me with finalizing it, so we can get it out and make it available to those who are interested by tomorrow afternoon.
Okay. Is that okay with you, Commissioner Ross?
Yeah, sure.
Doesn't have a choice.
We'll make it work. It would be helpful, Roseanne, if I could have a copy of the RFP that was originally put out. I do have the contract, I have the agreement, but I don't have the original offering.
Absolutely.
Roseanne, you have something to say?
I can provide that immediately. I have a question regarding this. I didn't receive any feedback from the attorney, and including the day when I asked him to revise the advertisement. So if I knew that the document could not move forward, that he was not able to finish a time, he should tell me before, so we didn't advertise. Now we advertise, people are asking where's the RFP, and I don't have one to provide.
And you will have one tomorrow to provide.
John, let me clarify something.
Well,
I initially brought up, because Commissioner Rocks had a ton of questions she submitted that were lacking in Roseanne's question when she presented it. And I asked Commissioner Rocks, and I put it in an email. Why doesn't Commissioner Ross assist with this and the current interim manager with this? You received that email, didn't you, John?
No.
Well,
if I did, I don't recall.
I didn't receive that email. I didn't receive that email either. So
I sent that at some point where I asked Roseanne, let's, Commissioner Ross is asking these questions. Obviously, she has the institutional knowledge. Let's all work as a team and let's get this done.
And
But
that's what we're doing.
Of any conversation with Commissioner Ross, nor with the Attorney Herring regarding the not be possible to move along the RFP, because many of the changes I could do in 5 minutes.
Okay, hold on now, because I first saw the RFP, or what was said to be an RFP, in an email. I believe it was Saturday.
Exactly.
And if not Saturday afternoon, on Sunday, I wrote back and said, just a quick read of it tells me XYZ is missing. You're referring to City Hall that's in another city. It doesn't have described the services that we have here in Biscayne Park, for example. We don't allow them to use a claw, or at least that was a term, one of the terms. And I never heard anything back from that email.
Because
Roseanne, I submitted to you something asking if we can make sure that Commissioner Ross assists us with this so we can get this. Did you get that?
Get that message, Chief. I'm sorry. I didn't get it.
If I may, this is an important issue to the community. I understand it. I've known about this from back when I was your permanent attorney several years back. It was an issue back then. But with that said, we don't need to make it more of an issue than it already is. All I'm simply saying is the document is in the process of being finalized. I would like the commission to designate Commissioner Ross as a liaison, so the issues that she just mentioned and that were mentioned by staff can be identified and we can get the document available to the public. If for whatever reason the deadline to submit proposals needs to be extended by a week, then you simply issue an addendum. This is not the end of the world, and it can be resolved, and I'm working on it. So let's all move on, as we've all discussed.
John, would it be appropriate to, because right now it points to our website, the advertisement. So would it be appropriate to post on that page the RFP?
It'll be, yeah,
on a certain day.
Yeah, it'll be available by tomorrow. That's perfectly fine.
So that could be posted when, and then people will know, people who are interested will know to look back the next day.
The idea is, at least from my perspective and the way I always approach everything I do for the village, is try and do it the best way possible so we get it right the first time. If we can move on, there are two other very quick items I would like to mention to the commission. Earlier today, I received an email that was copied to me. It was originally sent to the mayor. I don't know if she received it, from a group of municipalities who have asked for the Village of Biscayne Park to potentially add their name. And that's all it would be, we would be doing, is adding our name to an amicus brief that is in a case that is currently pending before the United States Supreme Court, called Fulton versus City of Philadelphia. The case involves the City of Philadelphia, where it was required to contract with a private faith-based foster care agency that refuses to work with same-sex couples despite the city's non-discrimination ordinance and a provision in the contract barring sexual orientation discrimination in performing the contract. We have very similar language that we put in our contracts, where we restate federal law that says that our vendors can't discriminate on the basis of sexual orientation, sex, national origin, color, etc. That's codified in federal law. And so this group, which is called the Mayors Against LGBTQ Discrimination, has inquired whether or not the City of Biscayne Park wants to be a signatory, and that's it, nothing more, signatory to this amicus brief. I've made it very clear to each and every one of you that before I ever take any action involving any litigation on behalf of the village, I'm going to ask for your permission first. So is it something that interests you all?
I'd like to make
I need to see the documentation before
I will forward the email that the mayor and I received earlier today to all of you then.
I would like to make a motion, if I may. I'd like to make a motion that we instruct the attorney to please add the Village of Biscayne Park to the amicus brief in Fulton versus Philadelphia.
I'll second
that.
Can we take a vote?
I still like to see the document before I
I
vote
will.
yes or no.
I'll forward it to each and every one of you.
Yeah, I'm kind of have to agree, Commissioner Samaria. I would vote yes, but I want to make
Yes.
sure that there's nothing there in the documents.
That's right, yes.
Is there a deadline? When is the brief to be filed, John?
It's pending. It's not going to be heard till next term.
Oh, okay. So we have time. So
Yeah,
yeah,
we
if you
have
could get that
time.
out to us, then
But they are asking us to. This is, I think, I may have seen a prior email of this kind of going around in the some of the blogs that as a local government attorney I subscribe to. So let me forward this to you. Again, it's simply adding our signature block to the brief. It doesn't obligate us to do anything more than just that.
Can we add this to the meeting next week so we can just put it to bed?
Sure.
So we can get a hopefully a 5-0 vote. Let's put that on the agenda right for next week.
Okay.
All right, I'll get, and last but not least, there is another similar type of document that's batting around. Let me see if I can find it here. Here it is. That involves the opioid litigation that my predecessor signed up the village to be involved in. As you all know, there is a class action, or you may not know, there's a class action lawsuit that is taking place, where a number of states and counties and local and municipalities have sued the opioid manufacturers for costs and damages related to the economic impacts on local governments for from the opioid pandemic or epidemic. And one of the largest manufacturers of opioids has declared bankruptcy in an attempt to avoid the potential adverse outcome in the pending litigation. And so we have received paperwork from the lead counsel in the opioid litigation, telling us to file our notice of claim in the bankruptcy proceeding. So we're protected. Not that we'll probably ever see any money from the bankruptcy court, but again, before I take any action on behalf of the village involving any litigation, I want to make sure that the commission is informed of it and that you have authorized me to move forward. It is simply filing a notice of claim in the bankruptcy proceeding.
I think that's a good idea, John.
Never
Maybe
hurts.
we'll get money.
Yeah. So.
Do you need a motion on that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we allow John to add our name. Is there a second on that?
I'll second it.
All in favor? Say aye.
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 I'm done.
That's it. Okay.
I have I'm sorry, I have something for John since we're on the attorney's report.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
The animals?
I have two things. Yeah. The first one, hold on, John. I'm sorry. Am I muted? No? Okay. John, I just want to make sure when are we going to see the construction ordinance? Is that September or October?
No, you'll see it in September because it has to go before the planning board first.
Okay, very good. I just want to make sure that that's rolling along. And then the last thing is that this is something I talked to the chief about several times, David before him. The fact that we don't have an enforceable leash law here in the village. We use the county leash law. We can't enforce it. And there's been some conversations about how we could have enforceability on a leash law. John says it's as easy, I talked to him today again, he says it's as easy as instructing him to draft an ordinance to fill in the gap in the existing animal control regulations to provide for a village-wide leash law that allows us to provide citations rather than notices of violation. That's something that the police chief, if he's on here still, he may want to weigh in on. He was talking to, the chief is also talking about looking at the county code altogether and seeing if there are other things in there that we may want to take control of enforcing here locally. So this might be something we want to move on singly, or get the chief and the new code officer and maybe the boards, or I don't know who, to put together a list of other things that the police department would like to have enforceability on. Certainly, I think the leash law should be one of them. We have problems with dogs running loose in the village, and the police can't do anything about it.
Yeah, I spoke to Attorney Heron today, and I spoke to Mr. Gary Q, the chairman of the code board. We agreed that within the next 2 weeks, if maybe sooner, we'll come up with a list of numerous items that we want to attach to that, so John can prepare it, and we can do it all at once. So we're looking at boats now. Gabe has advised me there's a bunch of boats that are in front. There's a bunch of things that we need to address. Right now, we only currently have 7 things that we can enforce on the administrative citations, and I'd like to see that change. I like to see us be more proactive than reactive. So, with me taking over code enforcement, that's a new vision that we want to adopt.
Okay, I'll be very interested to see what else you come up with, but I really am hoping that we can get a leash law enforceability on there. So
the leash law would be.
We had a resident walking his dogs a couple weeks ago, and he got attacked by an unleashed dog, and we can't have that going on in the building.
I know about that incident, and that is one of the primary ones that we're looking at. John, I have one thing for you, if real quick. Commissioner, can I speak? Is it okay?
Go ahead, Melissa.
All right, really quick. You and I discussed, or maybe via email, if I'm mistaken, please correct me. You said you had several attorneys in your office that were working on the CARES Act earlier this week. Am I wrong, or am I off base?
No, there are a number of people. We have a whole group of attorneys who know more about the CARES Act than I ever will. And I, did in fact indicate to both you and to the interim manager that to let me know if you wanted me to get in touch with one of those, that group, to put you all in contact as it relates to the reimbursement issue. And that certainly still stands.
Okay, so I was under the impression, and apparently I was mistaken, from misinterpreting your I think it was an email, so I apologize if it wasn't. That when you were preparing all the documentation that was done, that's why when today well, not only today, in all fairness, Commissioner Kennedy asked me before, asked these questions, and then Commissioner Ross was asking additional questions. I thought this had been vetted already. Can you please, we're going to send an email. I already sent out an email already, and we're going to send an email to either Jennifer Moon, or I'm going to send it to Chief Maurice Kemp tomorrow morning. Can you check with the lawyers to kind of see what their responses are from all these other municipalities? To me, tonight was, I'm a person that I like to bring results to the table, and mediocrity is not something that's acceptable to me. And the fact that I couldn't address what the commission wanted, I'm not going to bed happy tonight. So I'll tell you that this is something that I want to address, not only because it's important for law enforcement, it's important for the community, and I want to put this to bed. So if you can assist me, I respectfully ask that would be extremely helpful, and I will do my part. First thing tomorrow morning, I will be vetting it with the county also. But I think if the answers have been asked and answered already from your attorneys, from yourself, you said they've been handling this issue, then that would be most helpful.
Okay.
Anything else? John?
Nothing. All right.
Okay. Our next is our village manager. Roseanne, for your report.
Yes, I have two items here. The first one is the solid waste, the RFP for the solid waste, I believe we covered with the attorney report. The village attorney recruitment, you all know also we went through the details, and I'm just reaffirm that the deadline for the second advertisement is August 10th. 2020. There was a typo in the beginning that it says 2022. Correct already. And for the village manager recruitment, the deadline of the advertisement goes to August 28th. I have also been working with our bank, Synovus, and the company is not a name, Tysos. I think that they work with the Synovus to implement the credit card agreement. So the residents can pay with credit card their fees, their
thank you.
permits, everything. Pretty much everything is fine. I just submit to the finance so they can give me a okay regarding the in sync with the system, with the financial. And but of course, though, these people, they know how they do, and they work, they have the reports and all the information, and they have some fees, of course. We have to abide by the credit card merchant regulations, and it's pretty advanced, the work on that. I don't have a time frame exactly, but I believe by the end of the August, we have something in place, hopefully.
Question?
Yes.
Generally, those credit card arrangements will require some kind of an agreement, and I think that agreement probably should come before the commission.
Exactly.
For ratification. And they also generally require some kind of personal guarantee. So I want to make sure that whatever we are being asked to sign doesn't tie you or me or the clerk, you know, the administrative clerk, to any kind of an obligation, just because they are the countersigner on these things.
Yes, they have all the information for the personal information for the person in charge, which right now it's me, and they're gonna draft the agreement, of course, and our attorney has to revise and make sure that everything is in place.
Okay.
I have a couple of things, please. May I go next?
Go ahead, Commissioner Kennedy.
Roseanne, really quickly, regarding the August 18th election at the rec center, will the village be communicating any special COVID-related considerations or instructions to residents? Are there any special considerations, and will we be communicating that?
The regulations that we have now for the COVID-19 that Chief put together, and we're gonna implement that. We're gonna enforce that. But the Department of Election, that election belongs to the Department of Election, and they have everything in place for the poll workers as well as the public, the voters that come to the precincts.
Okay, I think it might be a good idea to get whatever those regulations are and to make sure that that is sent out to residents, put it on social media, email it out, put it on the website, all the things you do. I've had some residents ask me recently, even if we would be holding, they weren't even clear if we would be voting on the 18th. But I think in the interest of being proactive about that, we might want to share that information. I would hate for people to not turn out and vote because they weren't sure if they could or they should, and how they would go about it. I just think we should be proactive about that. If anybody else has an opinion on that.
Yeah, the Department of Election has all kind of information, regulations, and
Okay.
requests in place.
Okay. We may want to take that upon ourselves to share it. Regarding the tree grant, there are a lot of emails going around. David Raymond and Barbara Kuehl and the chief have been working really hard on this. They are really working aggressively to make sure that we make all the deadlines for the grant.
Yes.
And it sounds like the village will have to spend a little bit more money, a couple $1,000s more than we originally anticipated. That will have to come before the commission for us to approve. I think that that is important enough that if Roseanne says we need to call a special Zoom meeting for that single topic, I for one, am very happy to be available for a 30-minute meeting someday just to make sure that we don't lose that grant, that we don't make deadlines. So I'm not sure if all the rest of you are being kept updated on all of that, but you know, we have deadlines we're going to miss if they don't get some stuff done. So I think we should do whatever we need to do to make that happen. Anybody have a comment on that?
Mr. Herring, if you can give us some input on that, I believe Mr. Raymond contact you together with the chief, and there is an agreement that we're trying to pick back from North Miami. There will be a few changes according to the trees that we're going to use it. Chief, please correct me in anything if you.
No, you are correct. The chief sent me an email earlier today, and I think I may have responded saying that exactly what Commissioner or Vice Mayor Kennedy mentioned, which is depending upon the time frame, there may be a need to have a special call meeting so we don't miss the deadline. If there is that deadline, someone needs to let me know. So I can make sure that all the documents are prepared in a timely fashion.
Yes, the deadline for the county for us to finish the work, the planting the trees, is September 17th, and we are talking about to have.
What is the deadline that what I need to know is the deadline to have the document finished and approved by the village commission.
Our goal was to have that special.
John, let me answer your question. We need that document for the tree. We're talking about the tree planting, correct?
The tree grant, yeah, the tree grant.
Okay, so John, in all fairness to you, because I have to be beyond fair to you, the minute you get this, we need to get this ASAP because we have to have all the trees planted and in place in September.
Yeah.
And the vendor has to have that, has to not only appropriate the tree, acquire the trees, but also make sure that they're in place and completed. And the county has to go out there and do their inspection. So
By what date, Louis, do we have to have the contract signed?
This is not difficult. What I'm asking
John,
for.
we need to have this brought up within the next week or two to commission as quickly as possible.
Well, then that's all I need. Give me that date, and I'll make sure that the documents are finished in time for us to have that meeting. Set the meeting, commission.
You know, may I just say something here? When the attorney asks for a date, a week or two or as soon as possible are not answers. A date is a date. A date is Thursday, August 6th. That's a date. If he needs a date, let's get the man a date. Not in the next week or two, not ASAP. Those are not dates.
Vice Mayor,
we're going to miss.
Vice Mayor, if I don't like to get ahead of myself, so I'm saying a week or two, so it will allow me the opportunity to speak to Mr. Raymond and make sure that all the paperwork that John needs he has it, and we can have it within a timely manner.
Great.
I mean no disrespect to anybody here, and I want to be fair to John because I don't want to put him in a position where later on he's told you did not commit to what you were told. So if tomorrow I have an opportunity, I will speak to Mr. Raymond. I will tell Mr. Raymond, give John the date, the latest that you need, and that will be the date.
Can I suggest that we make it a goal to bring that item to the meeting next week so that we can approve the resolution for the piggyback.
Well, that's a workshop. That's a workshop next Thursday.
Yeah, but we already have a couple of things set for special meeting right before the workshop.
Right, right. So you
Commissioner, can we do that?
Right?
Can we do that at workshop, or do we need to do it before?
It has to be done
We have a
before
meeting
at the special meeting.
Commissioner
Very
Ross.
good.
We're starting at 6:30 with a special meeting before we go into the workshop.
So
We
can
have
do
a
it at the
special meeting already.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I just
Okay.
wanted to make sure. I'm
Okay, I
sorry.
have a couple of other. Okay, a couple of other
If I
really
may?
quick things here. We gotta wrap. Go ahead.
Vice Mayor
We,
Kennedy.
I believe we need to extend.
Roseanne,
Extension.
can we have a motion to extend the
Motion to
meeting?
extend to 11:45. Motion to
I'll
extend to
second.
11:45.
I'll second.
Aye.
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 So,
Roseanne,
Let me clarify,
Yeah.
just a second, Vice Mayor Kennedy. I'm having some confusion here with the dates. So the agreement would come for the commission on August 13, the special commission meeting before the workshop.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Yes.
Provided all the documents are provided to the attorney and he can get.
Exactly. And Mr. Harry, can you confirm to me the document that you received today as the?
Yeah, I received the contract between the vendor and the city of North Miami, which I presume we're going to piggyback on.
Exactly.
So I believe, hold on a minute, and then we have the actual estimate of our work. So with this information, I can do a piggyback contract. We did one very recently, and have it to you all for placement on the agenda for what, next Tuesday? Did we, next Thursday?
The
Thursday.
Would be Thursday.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'll have it to you Tuesday next week. Is that enough? All right.
Okay, a couple of other really quick things. I can go super fast here. Roseanne, the first, the quarterly.
Go fast, but don't forget I put some things on too. Go.
Okay, the quarterly awards, Roseanne, that we're starting with the fourth quarter, the nominations need to be out for September, so we need to get an email blast out to residents about that. I'm very happy to draft something for you if you'd like me to. Would you like me to do that?
Appreciate that. Thank you.
I'll take care of that for you. Are we going to get a second version, the second version of the budget this week? I thought we were going to try. He was going to try to get it to us by the end of this week. I'd like some more time to go through that. Is that still on track?
Yeah, the finance already asked me to compare the notes to see everything is on the budget, so they can go ahead and give the new version.
Wonderful. Hey, how many more attorney applications did we get?
No, we
since
just
we extended it.
The 4 attorneys that was
The same 4
before, and
Okay.
then one.
Okay,
more,
very good.
one more after the with the extension. So we have now 5 applications.
So we have 5. Okay, very good. And is anyone going to discuss the CITT letter that the village received yesterday?
No, if you want, I can add that the meeting with the CITT yesterday went really well. We got a clear understanding of exactly what they are requesting, and we work on that. Very.
Are we going to make that deadline?
Yes. They gave us 10 more days, right? Basically.
Right. We have until the 14th. It's next Friday.
So I already sent all the documents that I have here and sent to Paul. And the idea is to have GMS as the point of contact with the new person that he hired as an auditor to follow up on this.
Okay, because I got it this afternoon, I think, and I read it so quickly. I was in the middle of a million other things, but it seemed like a long list of things they're requesting from us, including all kinds of things that I didn't know they had requested before. So are we going to get that done by next Friday?
They did request before, and the more difficult item to provide is the plan that we should have provided on November. So I'm gonna need the commission to give each of you your ideas for the plans for the CITT funds, and we're gonna work with them in the format of that report and how they want to be provided to them.
Okay, because one of the things is a 5-year transit transportation plan. Do we have such an animal?
We had a few before, but as a quick search that I did, there was so many different versions. You know,
Yeah.
Something completely different from 2013, another in 2016, and specifically with CITT, I don't have like a file or a sequence of all these reports that were provided in each one in different formats or informations.
Well, I would appreciate, this is important.
I'm sorry. I heard from them that the last ones that they were provided, they were not enough. They were not good.
Okay, so if we're going to fall short on these things, Roseanne, please communicate that with us so we can try to help you figure out what we're going to do, because I can't imagine they're going to extend this for us again.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, that's really 10 days from right now. It doesn't sound very reasonable to me. I mean, not unreasonable, but it doesn't sound like it's a realistic expectation that we're going to get that done by the 14th. Okay, those are my questions. Rox.
Commissioner Ross?
Calvin Giordano, our agreement with Calvin Giordano, who provides our building services and our inspection fees and our plan review, that agreement expires at the end of this month.
Is that, I'm sorry, Commissioner Ross, it's September 30th.
We extended it until the end of August. That was the last extension that was brought to us August 31st, 2020.
Okay. Let me.
And, I understand there might be some rate restructuring, but we need to make sure that we have a building official and that we have those services in place. So it was an agenda item at the June 2nd meeting, item 11D, and the cover memo says extending through August 31st.
That's correct.
Is someone in touch with Calvin Giordano to see what terms are offering? I'd hate to have to put up another RFP for building services. I think these are working well. So if we could come to terms on an extension of their contract without any interruption of services.
I have to agree with Commissioner Ross with the current environment. I think it's extremely important that we try to contact them and extend that. There's several issues that are now occurring that will require an extension.
Yes. On that extension, we had put the extension to go, that's why my confusion. It was supposed to go until September 30th. And Calvin Giordano came back and said, no, we want until August because we want to work on the fees.
So that means that their contract expires August 31st.
It's already expired and they provide an extension. They asked for an extension and the commission approved.
To August 31st.
August 31st.
Yes.
we want to continue to have building services.
Absolutely.
Okay. I just want to make sure someone's reaching out to Calvin Giordano to find out what are their terms so that we can review them and then we can approve them and not have any kind of interruption.
For sure.
At the last, at one of our budget workshops, I raised a question about FRS payments to part-time workers. I was adamantly told, no, part-time workers are not supposed to get FRS payments. And then I did some research at like 3:30 in the morning over the weekend because I couldn't, it didn't sit well with me. And I sent an email to the administration, and as it turns out, of course, part-timers are supposed to be a part of the FRS program. It's by law. They are designated when they are regular part-time positions. So it was then revealed to me that sometime in March, a decision was made, no, starting April 11th, the decision was made to eliminate, just arbitrarily eliminate that benefit for the part-timers. And so now we have to go retroactively and pay that benefit in for them. The bad news for the employee, which is good news for them, but the bad news for the employee is that the state also requires a 3% contribution from the employee. And so it's not a lot of money. It amounts to a little over $1,000 that the employee will have to kick in as they catch up. And I would like the administration to consider a forgiveness of that 3% so that we don't have to have people doubling up on their contribution and effectively reduce their paychecks for that amount of money. I don't know if that's something that could be considered since it's only $1,000. And I'm not even sure what the administration's planning. How are you planning to correct that on the payroll?
Yeah, the FRS was reinstated already on the payroll. And the retroactive contribution for the employees was not planned yet, how it's gonna be doing. Because I have a question, and Mr. Harry can tell me, and we can go to the FMIT. They have like a session for labor attorneys that can guide us. We never provide to the part-time employees a submission form for FRS. And since we're going to take the contribution from their salary, we need to have an authorization from the employee to take that money from their salary. Although it's a good thing to have the retirement plan, and the village contribute much more than the employee, but nevertheless, we are taking money from people's salaries without them being without them authorizing or even being informed.
But my understanding,
just a second. With the full-time employee, yes, I provide the form, they sign, and we start immediately with the contribution, and later on the FRS send all the package to their houses. They can make changes. They can make one change in a lifetime, and they can do anything. But for the part-times, we never provide that kind of authorization of that form. And I don't know how it works to be honest, I don't know how it works with part-timers, because we never have, and everybody that I ask that works with HR, they all say no, they are not, they don't participate.
But Roseanne, if going back in the financials and in the budget, I went as far back as 15, and in 15, the part-timers at that time, we only had recreation part-timers, but they were part of the FRS program, and they were paying their contributions, and the village was paying the employer contribution. So are you saying that we never had, for those part-timers from the rec center, we didn't have authorization to take that deduction?
No, that was what triggered the question from the auditors.
Yeah, Commissioner, what she's saying is that the question came up with the officers, that
We did, no.
when it came to the full-time officers,
No.
they filled out a form, they provided an authorization, and they were knowledgeable that this was going to occur. With the part-time officer, with the part-time employees, let me walk that back. It was automatic, I guess, based on statute or what you stated. By the way, I want to thank you for providing us that information. You know, you and Chuck were always very informative when it comes to institutional stuff. But you know, that's how we learned about it. And we went back and said, hey, this is not the information you had initially provided. So what the clerk is asking is, should we begin to tell the part-time employees, hey, this is going to occur, this is what's going to happen. If you don't want this to happen, do you want to opt out? And if you want to opt out, you need to contact them and you need to inform them this is what you want.
Okay.
I don't think.
Excuse me. We need a motion for another extension. I'll make the motion for 15 minutes till 12. Do we have a second?
I'll second that. I don't
All in
think.
favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Yes, yes. Okay, go ahead, Commissioner.
I don't believe that there is an opt-out. I think that everyone who is employed at an employer that has FRS, unless they are like a seasonal or temporary employee, everyone, even part-timers, have to belong to the program. And about 3 years ago, the legislature said, all right, all of you people, not just the employer, but the employee now also has to contribute 3% of their salary. So I don't think that it's an opt-out situation. I find it kind of hard to believe that going back to 2015, we were taking these payroll deductions and there's no registration for FRS for those part-time employees. I understand with the police officers being part-time, that's a fairly new program. So at the time it was implemented, okay, maybe that form was omitted from their process, but this is not new. It's a benefit that's been offered to every village employee for many, many, many years. And the part-timers, I went back and I shared with you some of those budgets and some of those spreadsheets that showed the salaries being deducted for that.
Mr. Herring, are you there?
It was not about.
Mr. Herring, you there?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. Can you, I mean, we've discussed this a couple of times. Can you respectfully look into this? Because I could have sworn that I read somewhere that it's up to only solely up to the part-time employee to opt out. And the commissioner could be right. She's right 100% of the times, and I'm wrong 100% of the times. So I just because if they're not, if the commissioner is absolutely right, then I think we should make them we should require that all employees fill out that form so everybody is on the same page. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, I understand. I think the issue that I was involved in was initially, do part-time employees have to be or part of FMIT? I think that not FMIT.
FRS.
FRS. It's late. It's late at night.
Too many acronyms. FRS. And I think that we've determined that if they are, I think the criteria is a recognized position for longer than 6 months, then they're eligible for and have to participate in FRS. The issue is now, and as I understand it, is can an employee opt out, whether they're part-time or full-time, I think that, and I don't want to misspeak, but I believe that the issue that Commissioner Ross is raising is that once you're in it under the new statute, then you know the employee has to contribute a X percentage themselves in order to be able to keep the FRS fund solvent. Is really the reason why they did that.
You're absolutely correct. And what I read, John, was that, for example, a full-time employee has two options. You can go into the pension or you can go into the investment plan.
Like everybody else.
Like everybody else. But for part-time employees, you have the right to go into the pension or you can opt out. Listen, I'm beyond confident that Commissioner Ross is absolutely correct. I have no doubt the institutional knowledge that she has about these things it's impressive. But I want to make sure, so when we approach these employees, we give them factual. I have 4 or 5 employees that are impacted by this. Parks has a couple. I want to be, let's do things right. So not only do I want to do things right, but I want them to fill out paperwork that says, I'm aware that this, and this is part of it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, they have to authorize to take the money from their salaries.
I'm writing a note here to my employment partner to have a conversation with her tomorrow on the subject.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I will let all of you all know what that answer is.
Thank you.
Anything else, Commissioner Ross?
Posting of the CAFRs, posting of our audited financial statements on the finance page. It's really important that we have those up.
Yeah, regarding that, of course, I can post everything anytime, and it's not a big deal. The situation is our website is already oversized more than we're supposed to have it, and the information that I got when I started here, those kind of financial, not the current ones, but budget, of course, we posted there, but CAFR, auditor, and financial, unaudited financials didn't have to go there and occupy space on their website that apparently nobody reached it. And if someone wants to see it, they are available at the village, and they just ask me. So every document like that takes a lot of space that could be used in more informations or in other departments.
So we have posted on the finance page comprehensive annual financial statements for 2001 to 2009.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't have the more current ones from the last 5 years.
That I was not even aware, because since I'm here, we don't have any comprehensive financial plan, right? It's 2018. We have audited financial statements. Oh, yes.
A couple of years ago, the commission, majority of the commission decided not to go with a comprehensive audited financial statement, but we have to have the audited financial statements.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that, more important to have at least the last 5 years of current stuff posted on there.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe if you remove some of the older ones from 2001 to 2006, it can free up some space. But we really need to find a way And of course, the whole website needs a makeover, but we really need to find a way to have this financial information transparent and visible for people who want to.
Absolutely, yeah, the website needs a major renovation.
May I chime in there? Is it possible to store them on the server somewhere and just put hyperlinks on the website so you're not taking up more space on the website? Just start hyperlinking everything?
Not with our server, no, because the website is like a separate entity. And we don't want any.
Well, as long as there's a URL, though, you can hyperlink anything.
Yeah, but we don't want
No?
anything
Okay.
linked with our server. I'm answered that.
Okay, fair enough.
IT.
Another option might be, because they're also filed with the state at the
Unicode
financial officer's website, that we post a link, and the link will take it to the state site.
There you go.
Where it is.
There you go.
Anything else, Commissioner Ross?
An excellent
We
idea.
did talk about FEMA, and there was some more reporting on CITT, but we could leave it for another day.
Okay.
Does FEMA have some difficulties to access the portal, the website, because it's registered in a way that I went there on the website, on the portal, enter all the informations, and the only thing they tell us that the submission was successful, and wait for an email from them to give the information to continue, the password, the user ID, things like that. So I'm waiting on them. And I spoke with the Mrs. Michelle Collier from FEMA, and that's when she guided me how to do it. And she said, yes, they're busy.
Okay, is that it?
We have to do September editions.
Commission comments too.
Well, we have 6 minutes.
Okay.
I'll jump in if no one's going to talk. The deadline for attorney applications is August 10th.
Yeah.
If you get them out to us, Roseanne, you said so far there's only one additional. Let's assume that's the only one. If you
total, we have 5.
if you get that out to us, total of 5. But we already have 4 of them, so it's just one new person. But if you get them to us right away, we could even do that we could just have our first discussion about them at the 6:30 meeting on Thursday the 13th. That should be really quick, because all we're going to decide is which ones of these people do we want to interview, and that's all we're deciding. We're not actually going to interview them or have major discussions. It could be a very quick conversation about each of us say which ones you want to interview, whittle it down, and make that choice and keep that ball moving forward too. What do you guys think of that?
Yes.
Sounds good.
That's good.
Yeah, so Roseanne, if you could get that out to us, let's put that on the August 13th agenda.
Okay.
And all we'll do is decide who we want to interview.
Can it be one of the top 3? There's 5. Top 3, it's 2.
Well, we'll decide how. We're not obligated to anything. We can just do however many we want to. We can hire somebody
Right.
that night if we wanted to, but we'll decide what to do after we see the other applications.
Okay. You have comments to make,
Yes.
Commissioner?
Yes.
In 2 minutes, go ahead.
Commission comment. I want to apologize to Commissioner Kennedy and my fellow commission for my comments tonight, because I did exactly what I said I didn't want to do, and that's disrespect my fellow commissioners. So I just wanted to apologize for that. Thank you.
Any other comments, or can we have a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion to adjourn.
Apology
Announcements.
accepted. I'll second that.
What about announcements?
Do we have announcements?
Yes, we have just 2. It's the primary elections. It's going to take place on Tuesday, August 18, 2020, at the Edinburgh Recreation Center from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Chief is already on board on that. He's informed because it's going to be, the rec center is closed, but there's going to be movement before when they drop off the equipment, and during the day and the day after when they remove the equipment. And on Thursday, August 13, we had the second workshop budget for fiscal year 2020-21. Now we have the special meeting, commission meeting start at 6:30, and the workshop is going to start at 7 p.m.
Right, okay, all in
And
favor?
I do have, I'm sorry, I hold on one second. I have one other really quick thing. It's very important. Just so you're all aware, we have one candidate who filed for a seat on the commission at the November election, and he is a P&Z board member, so he put in his resignation. So we have an opening on P&Z. We need to take every step to get that filled. That board, we don't want residents being held up on permits because a board didn't make a quorum or whatever happened. Someone had to recuse themselves 2 meetings ago. A member had to recuse himself. So we can't risk that, not when residents are trying to get permits and get work done, especially during hurricane season. So what do we have to do to make that happen? We have to post it?
I just received the one application, just receiving during the,
Yeah.
the meeting.
He's in the meeting if you want to interview him now and vote on him. I'm kidding. I'm not going to do that.
I had another application.
But I'm just making you all aware.
I had another application prior to that, but unfortunately, they bought the house. They moved to Biscayne Park, but it doesn't show on the property appraisal under their name, so they are fairly new residents.
Okay. Okay.
Okay,
So we
can
just need to
we-
make sure we're ready to move on that.
Can we vote for the adjournment? All in favor?
One question though, one question. Can we please update the September calendar to show our budget hearings, the
Yeah.
first hearing and the second hearing, because they're not on the calendar yet?
I just worked with the property appraiser and the Florida Department of Revenue, DOR, on the dates, because now they required, if you're going to have Zoom meetings, they even have they need the ID of the meetings. So we are working on that, and we just finished that. Now it's time to go to the calendar and make all the adjustments.
Okay, thank you.
All in favor of adjournment, say aye.
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 Aye. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Thank you.